Hello friends. This is Marvel Fiction. How are you all? So in this video, we will see, what if Loki became more powerful than the Thanos? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Many years ago, there was a world, a planet of ice and snow. Upon this world lived a race of people. The people lived in harmony with the planet, caring for it, nurturing it, protecting it, and the planet loved them for it. In return, it nourished and provided for them, taking care of and protecting them, just as they protected it. For many generations, it was like this, until everything changed. Until the Cruel One. The Cruel One did not begin as such. In the beginning, he too cared for the planet he called home. He became a leader of his people and a good one. But as he grew, he also changed. The leader's sights and ambitions began to stretch beyond the beauty and harmony of the planet and fell on other worlds. His dissatisfaction grew into a desire for more power, and he began to forget the world on which he lived. He no longer valued it as he should and stopped caring for it. His people were forced to follow his ambitions, and they too turned their attentions to other realms, and the planet they were born to began to languish and fall into disrepair. Time stretched on, as cycle after cycle passed, and the planet grew weaker and sicker. But the leader's lust for power grew beyond his ability to attain it. He was struck down, and his people, so beloved by the planet, fell with him. By the time the people realized what they had done, it was too late. The planet was slowly dying, fading into a barren, lifeless rock, without even the hope of a cure. But balance often had a way of restoring itself. It was never easy, but the planet didn't need easy. It just needed possible. It just needed hope. A light, dim and tiny, shimmered through the ever-growing darkness, reaching out to touch the planet's core, in a way that nothing ever had before. Gradually, the light grew from a glimmer to a shine, until the planet could fully see it. Another one of its people, but different from all who had come before. This bright one held the key. He could bring balance. He could restore things to how they should be. But the planet's happiness began to fade. The leader had changed irreparably. Rather than freeing him from his power-hungry blindness, his defeat only hardened him, until he had become the Cruel One. The Bright One was connected to the Cruel One, born from him. Given time, the Cruel One's poison would taint the Bright One. It would twist him until his light went out, and was replaced with the same darkness that the Cruel One carried. The planet began to despair once more, but perhaps not all was lost. Perhaps there was still hope. But the Cruel One's evil knew no bounds. He left the Bright One alone on the sacred grounds. The Bright One's light was growing dimmer. He was fading. The planet couldn't let this happen. It couldn't let the last hope for them all come to an end. Wait. An idea. The planet could sense something out of place on its surface. One who was not linked to this world. He was of another. He too glowed, with a different kind of light, but still the light of kindness and goodness. The idea was desperate, but it was the only chance. The planet reached out to this good one. The planet was weak, and the good one was not of its lineage, but some part of him still felt the planet's call. Gradually, the planet pulled and urged him to the sacred grounds, but the Bright One was fading too quickly. The good one would never discover him. The planet gathered everything that was left of its failing strength and allowed just a little of its precious life force to flow to the Bright One. It was nothing more than a mere touch, but the Bright One's glow strengthened a bit, just enough for him to stir and cry out. The planet no longer pulled at the good one as he moved of his own accord to claim the Bright One. He was safe. The hope still lived. Sadness flowed through the planet as the Bright One left its surface, taken far away, but it also rejoiced, for the Bright One was safe and would never be tainted by the Cruel One. However, it would be many more cycles before the Bright One would be ready to save this world. He had to grow, to become strong first. So the planet had to wait. It waited many cycles, time blending together as the planet grew ever weaker. It slept for much of the time, conserving its strength and biding its time. Until, one day, it stirred. A light appeared, breaking through the planet's slumber. It was a light that had not been felt for too long. The Bright One had returned. He was older, stronger. Where before his light had been an ember, now it was a flame, burning and glowing and shining with a warm luminescence. The planet rejoiced. It was time, but no, the Bright One wasn't ready. As the planet reached out to him, the Bright One's subconscious mind pulled away, fear and hatred simmering within him. He did not know of his connection to this world. He was not ready to accept the planet's touch and was not yet strong enough, his light brighter, but only shining, not yet blazing. The time had not yet come. The Bright One once again went away, and the planet withdrew to wait a while longer, but did not yet sleep. The Bright One was not fully ready, but the motions were set. The time was drawing closer. The planet rejoiced when it felt the Cruel One's essence fade away. Even from a world away, the planet had been able to sense the moment the Cruel One was wiped out by the Bright One he had sought to extinguish so long ago. It was the first step. The poison had been removed, now the wound just needed to be healed. Not yet, though. The Bright One still was not ready. The planet would wait a little longer. When the hit came, it was as unexpected as it was shocking. Energy, raw and powerful, but not natural, bored into the planet, rending, tearing, driving deep below the surface, beyond the outer protective crust. It hurt. Just as suddenly as it began, it cut off, and the planet was left reeling and even weaker, at a time when it couldn't afford to be weakened further. It retreated into itself, trying to escape the pain and reserve whatever strength it had left. It was so close. Rescue was coming. The planet just had to hold on a little longer. It slept again, but not for as long this time. The pieces were all quickly falling into place. The day was coming when the Bright One would return, and everything would be set right once again. It always started the same. A battlefield. The armies of Asgard. Thanos. He stood before the Titan, waiting, ready. The battle began. The fight was fierce and powerful as he and Thanos clashed, blow for blow. Thanos provoked him, goading him incessantly. Anger built within him, growing with every physical and verbal attack. But Loki didn't allow his anger to control him. It was Thanos who did that. Loki always controlled and used his emotions to his advantage, not the other way around. Then everything changed. Thanos broke off his attack on Loki and turned, aiming for Loki's family. No! Loki screamed, reaching out a hand to do what? Thanos met his eyes, saw his fear and desperation, and grinned. Rage and power rose up in Loki, surging and flowing beyond anything he had ever felt. Beyond anything he could control. More than he could ever contain. And he didn't want to. So he didn't try. Magic and pure power exploded out of him with the force of a nuclear blast. The light was blinding, the sound deafening. It burned through him and all around him. He felt no pain, no fatigue, only power. The more that surged forth, the more there was to take its place, filling him until he thought it would never stop, until he never wanted it to. A blink of an eye that lasted an eternity, then it was over. Thanos was dead, little more than a smoking husk on the ground before him. A feeling of triumph, authority, and dominance swirled within him. He was the strong one. He was the one in control. He was who all should tremble before. He could never be beaten, for his power was without limit. It was always in the middle of those thoughts when he would finally look around himself. And the horror would wash over him. Asgard was in ruins, bodies lay strewn all around him. The bodies of his people, his family, his friends. Every last man, woman, and child on Asgard, dead at his hands. It was always then that he woke. It was the day of Thor's coronation, again. This time, however, with no Thanos, no Tesseract-powered jewel, and no brainwashing mental manipulation to get in the way, it was going to go off without a hitch. At least Loki hoped so. Ever since the new coronation day had been set, Loki had felt some small amount of trepidation. He knew Thanos was gone. He knew history wasn't going to repeat itself, but that didn't keep him from remembering that the last coronation was when everything had begun to go so wrong, and his life had spiraled out of control. After so much had happened to him, Loki had finally managed to get his life back on track. Even the nightmares that had plagued him after his return home had finally eased, and most nights he slept peacefully. Things were finally good in his life, which was why some part of himself was just waiting for something to happen to make it all fall apart. He didn't want to go back. He didn't want to go through anything even remotely similar to what Thanos had inflicted on him, which was why, as the coronation drew closer, Loki became hyper-aware of his mind and mental state. He knew the chances of his mind being manipulated during the coronation were very slim. Despite how things sometimes seemed, usually history did not repeat itself. He knew he wasn't being logical or rational with his borderline paranoia. But emotions were so rarely ever logical or rational, especially fear. The truth was, and wasn't that a funny thing coming from the master of lies? Loki was scared. He had finally gotten his life and his family back, and things were better than they had ever been. He didn't want to lose it. He didn't want to fall into another black hole where everything he cared about was ripped away from him. And yet, he kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was the story of his life. Whenever he started to feel even just a little happy, something would happen to tear it all apart. Were any of his fears rational? No. Were they what he was feeling regardless? Unfortunately. But if he could just get through today, if the coronation could go through without issue, maybe. Well, maybe he could finally start letting himself believe that his life could be good. Or maybe he was just cursed. It sure would explain a lot. This seems familiar, Loki said with a grin as he came to stand next to Thor in the same hallway where they had spoken before his first coronation almost a year and a half ago. Thor grinned in return before sobering slightly. Seems so long ago, doesn't it? Loki sighed contemplatively. Much has happened since then. Things I once thought were so important seem so trivial now, Thor mused. Loki hummed softly. Don't take this the wrong way, but I believe that's a good thing. Thor glanced at him and nodded. As do I. They lapsed into a comfortable silence, and Loki took the opportunity to study his brother. Despite the negligible amount of time that had passed, especially for their lifespans, Thor somehow looked older. Before, he had stood in that corridor looking young, excited, and nervous, but with an overall layer of innocent immaturity. Now, though, Thor stood with calm confidence, but lacked all arrogance. There was a slight tension to his shoulders, but none of the jittery nerves from before. He was still a bit nervous, as he should be with the serious enormity of the coming ceremony, but he was no longer the childish man he had once been. His nerves came not from juvenile excitement, but from mature reflection and genuine concern, which was confirmed when he next spoke, his expression full of open sincerity. I know, before, you did not believe I was ready, and I wasn't then. I know that, but what about now? Loki gave him a long, considering look. Thor had grown so much since his last coronation. He had come so far, but was he ready to rule an entire realm? Loki, honestly, wasn't sure. Ask me tomorrow, he finally said. Thor looked slightly disappointed but nodded. They had promised not to lie to each other anymore. At least, not about anything truly important. Thor had to accept and respect Loki's honesty. And he hadn't answered in the negative. Thor supposed there was something. Reaching out, Loki rested his hand on Thor's shoulder and squeezed it in silent support. Their eyes met and they shared a long look before Loki nodded once and left to find their mother. Loki smoothed out his clothes and straightened his cape behind him, thankful that he and Thor had seen fit to go without their heavy, uncomfortable, and, quite frankly, ridiculous helmets. He wasn't really sure why they had ever had them to begin with. They were only ceremonial. When it came to battle, they were often more hindrance than help, especially Loki's. Really, what had he been thinking having enormous horns jutting up out of the top of his head? They were more likely to get caught on something than to protect him. Thor's, at least, was somewhat more practical, but did tend to obstruct his peripheral vision. Loki huffed a soft laugh, remembering a particular sparring match many years before, that, due to Thor's helmet's interference, had ended with Thor being badly concussed and extremely loopy for several days. It had led to some humorous outcomes. What's so funny? Loki turned to his mother, an old memory. A good one? Yes, Loki said with an amused smile. Are you ready? Frigga asked, smoothing a fold in his cape where it laid over his right shoulder, before resting her hand on his chest. I'm not the one being crowned today, Loki said with a chuckle. I never said you were, Frigga said, raising one eyebrow knowingly. Loki smiled softly at his mother. Yes, I am ready. He turned and offered her his arm. Good, she said with a pleased nod, wrapping her hand around his bent elbow as the doors to the throne room opened. Loki took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped forward, Frigga moving in stride with him. 3 steps in, and the throne room erupted in thunderous noise that shook the very air around them. Loki, logically, would have assumed it was all out of duty and respect for the queen, and to a lesser extent, a bit for him as well, if not for those in attendance happily and excitedly calling out to Loki in admiration and respect. It reminded Loki of the crowd's reaction to Thor during the last coronation, but this time it was, amazingly, all for him. Loki would never get used to it, and, honestly, he didn't want to. He never wanted to get to the point where he was expecting or demanding adulation. He never wanted to become desensitized to it. This cheering, support, and love from his subjects was a special honor that was something to be valued and grateful for, something to always be earned. It wasn't something to be taken for granted. Reaching the foot of the dais at the far end of the throne room, Loki and Frigga both bowed to the seated Odin, who nodded in return. Loki and Frigga climbed the stairs and assumed their positions to Odin's right. The room fell silent once more and all eyes turned to the throne room doors. A stillness fell over the crowd and, for a moment, time seemed to stop and hold its breath. Then, there was Thor, striding into the throne room. Like the last time around, the assembled masses broke into thunderous cheers as he progressed up the aisle, but that was where the similarities ended. This time, Thor was completely different. Mjolnir wasn't thrust above Thor's head, nor were Thor's hands or fists. Mjolnir hung from Thor's belt and Thor's hands hung at his sides as he strode forward. He didn't yell or pump up the already cheering crowd. He simply walked at attention, spine straight, shoulders back, head up. As he moved past the people, he occasionally nodded at them in acknowledgement and thanks. Loki felt his breath catch slightly. Thor looked. There was no other word for it. Regal. And more importantly, he was unconsciously doing it. He wasn't acting this way to impress anyone or to try to look like a king. Others might think so, but Loki, of all people, could tell it wasn't some act. He had put up too many of those himself to not be able to see through them. No, Thor was acting this way because he wanted to? Because it felt right? Because this was who he had changed into over the last year and a half? It didn't matter the exact reason, the truth remained, he was finally ready. One glance at his father told Loki that Odin had reached the same conclusion, if the slight, proud smile pulling at his mouth was any indication. As Thor drew nearer, Loki's own voice and hands joined with the clapping and cheering, not because of Thor's rank or the occasion or even their familial connection, but because Thor had finally earned it, instead of demanding it. Thor was almost to the bottom of the steps when his gaze first searched out his mother, who smiled widely at him as she applauded. Then his eyes locked with Loki's. Loki paused in his clapping and looked Thor right in the eye for a long moment before giving a single, solemn nod, silently answering Thor's earlier question. If the brief surprise, followed by the blinding smile that lit up Thor's face, were any indication, the eldest brother had understood the message perfectly. Loki felt a similar smile spread across his face in answer to Thor's. They held each other's gazes for a moment longer, before Thor broke eye contact to look up at Odin as he came to a stop at the foot of the dais and knelt there. Odin stood and looked out over the crowd, before striking Gungnir on the floor, the sound reverberating through the room and bringing silence with it. Thor Odinson. My eldest son, guardian of Mjolnir, and heir to the throne of Asgard. Do you swear to guard the 9 realms? I swear, Thor said solemnly. And do you swear to preserve the peace? To lead with wisdom and strength? To give of yourself to the realms, and to put the worlds and all of their people before yourself and your own interests? I swear to set aside all selfishness, all immaturity and rashness, to rule objectively, wisely, and fairly. I swear to listen to the counsel of others, to know when to trust my own judgment and when to trust that others know better than I swear to be the just, fair, kind but firm, strong, worthy king that Asgard and all the 9 realms deserve, Thor said, and Loki could not have possibly been more proud of his brother. Thor was aware of every personal flaw and fault that had given Loki his reservations over a year ago, and was now vowing, before all, to work to overcome those flaws, keep an open mind, and seek out help when needed. It was everything a king was supposed to be and everything Loki had always hoped for Thor. Odin actually let a small, fond smile show as he nodded his approval. Well said, my son. You will make a worthy king. Thor's face showed first shock, then relief, followed by sheer joy. Loki knew for a fact that it was the first time Odin had said anything resembling his approval and belief that Thor was not only ready to be king, but would be a truly good one. Because, just like Loki, it wasn't until now that Odin fully believed that Thor was ready. It is with great honor that I now, Odin cut off suddenly, his gaze snapping toward the throne room doors. Frost giants. Thor surged to his feet, Mjolnir in hand, as murmurs and gasps echoed around the room. Several eyes unconsciously darted toward Loki and he raised his hands in defense. I swear it wasn't me. Thor smirked at the joke and Loki did so as well to keep up appearances. Inwardly, he was frantically searching his mind to be absolutely sure it really wasn't him. He didn't think it was. He was pretty sure it wasn't, but what if it had been him again? What if he just didn't remember it? What if his worst fears were indeed happening? Loki was good at hiding when he needed to, which was why no one realized just how terrified he was at that moment. Frost giants are at the Bifrost, Odin declared, and Loki felt like he might just melt into a puddle from the relief that flooded him. If the Jotuns were at the Bifrost, then Heimdall had let them in. That was possibly concerning in and of itself. After all, why were frost giants here and why had Heimdall given them passage? However, those were questions that became secondary to the reassurance Loki felt. Whatever was going on, it didn't involve him losing his mind again. So, it wasn't that daunting or frightening. As long as he remained himself and had Thor by his side, he could face anything. Well, perhaps only almost anything. The throne room doors opening and 3 massive frost giants entering, being led by Heimdall, was a bit more daunting than he had expected. The 3 giants walked a few feet behind Heimdall, 2 of them flanking the third as they strode into the great hall. Loki quickly glanced over the 3 and sucked in a sharp breath as his eyes caught on the center frost giant. Frost giants all greatly resembled each other and could be hard to tell apart at times, but Loki recognized this particular frost giant, or rather, who this frost giant must be related to. He looked almost exactly like Loki, but much younger, closer to Loki's age. It had to be Loki's son, which meant. Loki's eyes darted to Odin. The king didn't move his eyes from the frost giant contingent, and the carefully blank expression on his face told Loki nothing. Had Odin known about Loki's son? His other son? No, if he had known, he would have told Loki. Things had changed between them. Odin had changed. After the battle with Thanos, Odin had vowed to no longer lie or hide important things from Loki. He had told Loki everything about the circumstances of his infancy and childhood that Odin thought might be remotely important to Loki. He had also encouraged Loki to ask any questions and had answered every one. Loki was positive that Odin had been truthful. He wasn't hiding anything. Odin hadn't known. Loki believed that. He had to believe that. Odin had even answered all he could when Loki asked about his birth mother. Odin couldn't know for certain who Loki's mother was, but assumed that it was Loki's wife, the frost giant Queen Livin. The king didn't know if she still lived. She had fought in the war, but Odin hadn't seen her in the aftermath, and he hadn't exactly kept in touch with the frost giants after their defeat. Of course, Loki knew his birth mother could just as easily be someone else. He hadn't known Loki, but somehow Loki wouldn't put an affair past him. Perhaps that was why he had been abandoned, not simply because he was small. Loki was aware that he was thinking the worst of Loki and judging him, but the Jotun king had left Loki to die. He figured he had a right to hate his sperm donor. Regardless of who Loki's mother may or may not have been, the fact remained that the frost giant walking toward the dais was undoubtedly Loki's son, meaning, at the very least, he was Loki's half-brother. Loki studied said half-full, whatever brother. He was barefoot and shirtless as were his 2 companions, which was typical for frost giants. However, the center giant differed slightly in that he wore a single metal shoulder guard over his right shoulder and upper arm, with a thick leather strap inlaid with golden flecks that ran from the piece of armor, diagonally across his chest, around the left side of his ribcage and upward across his back to reconnect to the shoulder guard, holding it in place. Loki was pretty sure this decoration was a status symbol, likely denoting the giant's rank in some way. It was a warrior's accoutrement, but fine enough to be befitting of someone of high, or even regal rank on Jotunheim. Loki would guess, by the way he walked and the way the other 2 followed and deferred to him, that he was pretty high up in status. And if he really was who Loki thought he was, then his rank very well could be the highest one, that of king. As for the rest of the giants' appearances, all 3 were bald, as all the frost giants that Loki had ever seen were. He wondered if there was a reason behind that. After all, Loki had hair. Were normal frost giants incapable of growing hair and it was just yet another anomaly Loki possessed in relation to his blood people? Or did they all shave their heads for some reason? Was it a tribal or traditional thing? Cultural perhaps? He didn't know. He assumed the style of dress was likely one of the latter 2, much as Asgardian formal wear was. It wouldn't be much of a stretch if hairstyle, or total lack thereof, also fell into those categories. Perhaps it was a warrior thing. Something less to get in the way or provide a handhold for an enemy during battle. Loki shook his head slightly. Was he really evaluating the possible reasons behind the Jotun's lack of hair? Of all the silly, trivial, unimportant things to be analyzing at that moment, it was almost enough to make him chuckle hysterically. Or perhaps that was the reeling shock fully setting in. Loki pulled himself from his foolish thoughts and glanced over the middle Jotun again, this time discarding the aesthetics of hair and dress, and looked more at the giant's genetic attributes. He was tall and broad-shouldered like any frost giant, but he had a leaner build to him than most. By comparison, the two giants flanking him looked, well, brutish was the only word Loki could think of. They looked as if the thick muscles across their chests, shoulders, and down their legs would slow them down and rob their flexibility, whereas the center giant looked as if he was built more for speed and agility. He was undoubtedly strong as well, but not so lumbering or limited as his two companions. It hit Loki that the middle giant looked like how Loki probably would have had he been of average frost giant size. If Loki hadn't already been almost certain he was related to the lead Jotun, he would have been after that realization. The Jotun's gazes briefly swept over the assembled masses as they moved through the room, and Loki nearly stopped breathing when the center giant glanced over Thor and Frigga to finally linger briefly on Loki. A chill ran up Loki's spine as he met those all too familiar red eyes. As far as Loki knew, the knowledge of his heritage hadn't spread beyond Asgard, but perhaps. The giant's gaze moved off of him to rest on Odin. The lead Jotun's eyes had held some level of interest as he'd looked at Loki, but not enough. Not as much as Loki was suddenly feeling about this new revelation. Then it hit him, he was the one who had killed Loki, had nearly wiped out all of Jotunheim. The Jotuns definitely knew about that. That was where the lingering look had stemmed from, nothing more. Loki found that somewhat of a relief, but even more so, he found the lack of anger or hatred in the frost giant's eyes quite curious. Shouldn't the man be holding some kind of grudge against Loki? He had been the one to kill Loki, this giant's father, after all. And yet, the expected hostility was, intriguingly, missing. Loki's internal musing was interrupted as Heimdall reached the bottom of the dais and bowed to his king before stepping aside, coming to a stop near Thor, who had moved to stand next to their mother when the giants had entered. The Jotuns halted at the foot of the stairs, the two subordinates remaining a bit behind the middle one, in deference, as he looked up at Odin and spoke in a clear and eloquent voice. King Odin, he respectfully bowed, I am Eagle, reigning king of Jotunheim. I wasn't aware Loki had an heir, Odin said. Technically, it wasn't a lie. Loki wasn't Loki's heir. Even if he would possibly be accepted by the Jotuns, Loki didn't want anything to do with those people or their world. Odin wasn't lying, but he also was leaving some important details out. Lying with the truth, a skill that was very useful but not easy to master. It was one skill that Loki and Odin happened to share, one they had both mastered to the point of, essentially, turning it into an art form. Loki couldn't help but wonder if he had learned it from his father, or if his father had learned it from him. Perhaps a bit of both. How did you, Eagle began. You favor your father greatly, Odin said. Eagle's face twisted slightly in disgust. In appearance only, I assure you. Loki's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Apparently, there was no love lost between Eagle and Loki. Loki found himself becoming even more interested in this frost giant. Odin's eyebrows rose slightly, but otherwise he showed no indication of his surprise at Eagle's open distaste for his sire. I welcome you to Asgard, King Eagle, Odin said neutrally. What brings you to our realm? I have come to ask for assistance from the Aesir, Eagle said. Frost giants asking for help from Asgardians. Today truly was full of surprises. When Loki was still king, a Jotun would have died before even admitting to an Asgardian to needing help with anything. Mainly because Loki likely would have killed anyone who dared ask for help from Jotunheim's most sworn enemy. How can Asgard be of help? Odin asked. Tell me, King Odin, are you familiar with the Torgr? Loki furrowed his brow. In all his knowledge, reading, and travels, he had never even heard that word, let alone what it meant, and yet, it clearly meant something to his father. I know of them, but our paths have never crossed. What do you know about them? Eagle questioned. They are a secret order of giants formed by Loki not long after the end of the Great War between our peoples. It is said they are specially gifted, that they possess natural talents for magic. However, everything I've heard of them has been rumor and conjecture. I was never sure if they actually existed. They do, and you are right. They are special. After the war, Loki discovered that a very small number of our people are occasionally born with natural magical abilities. He sought out these people and formed them into a group. Over the years, Loki would send children who showed potential to the order for training. If the child proved to be gifted, they would be inducted into the group. What was the purpose of this order? Loki named them Torgr, a word he created from Tor, meaning guard, and Gear, meaning vengeance. Their purpose and their name are one and the same. They are, literally, the Vengeance Guard. Loki intended to use them to both protect and avenge our people, in the event we ever went to war with any other realms again. Or when Loki finally challenged Asgard again. The throne room metaphorically held its breath. Such a blatant accusation could be a grave insult that would not end well if Eagle chose to take offense to it. Loki glanced at his father. Odin was testing the waters, he knew. He wanted to see how genuine Eagle was being with him and how far he could push the boundaries. Loki studied the frost giant. No outrage or anger appeared on his face. In fact, if anything, Loki would say the Jotun king looked amused. "You knew my father well," he said with a slight smirk. The entire room relaxed and Loki caught a glint of cautious approval in Odin's gaze. Odin had seen what Loki had. Eagle was different. Much different than Loki. The short, explosive temper of the father had apparently not been passed on to the son. It was too early to tell for certain, but Eagle held the potential to possibly be a true ally, rather than a hostile, defeated rival as his father had been. The innate skills the Torgr possess are very rare among my people, but Loki managed to form a group of more than 20. They are powerful, ruthless, and completely loyal to Loki. "Why are you telling us all of this?" Odin asked. "After I took the throne, one of the first things I did was disband the Torgr. They have no place in the kingdom I seek to build. However, as I said, they were, and still are, incredibly loyal to Loki. Even in death, they seek to follow him. We discovered a plot." He paused a moment. "I tried to stop them. I gathered those warriors most loyal to me and we hunted them down. Most of them are no more, but a small remnant escaped us and now they seek to enact their plan. Which is, they seek to conquer Midgard in Loki's name. They seek to do what he could not so many years ago. And you need our help finding them," Odin said. "No, King Odin," Eagle said. "We know where they are. We need your help reaching them so we can stop them permanently." "They are already on Midgard," Odin said. "It wasn't a question. We found the last 6 of them and just as we were attempting to strike them down, they disappeared. We learned from a captured member that the group had managed to use their skills to travel between the worlds. I do not know why they didn't do it sooner. The Torgr would tell us nothing more before he managed to take his own life, but I can only guess they couldn't, for some reason. Perhaps they had not yet learned how. We are not absolutely certain Midgard is where they went, but we know their plan was to attack Midgard, so we can only assume that is where they escaped to." Odin considered him for a moment, thinking deeply, before turning to Loki. "You know how to travel between the worlds without the aid of a Bifrost. Is it possible they could have traveled to Midgard from Jotunheim?" "Absolutely," Loki said. "In fact, it would have been easy for them to do so, once they figured out how. Jotunheim and Midgard are connected in a fairly straightforward manner. Only Asgard would be easier to reach from Midgard." Loki stepped forward, turning his attention to Eagle. "If this order is self-taught as you say, it could have taken them some time to figure out how to travel between the worlds. Tell me, were any of their number discovered dead from some unclear cause?" Eagle edged his head in surprise. "Yes, actually. We discovered the first about 3 months ago and 3 others since. I thought as much. They have been trying to travel between the worlds using trial and error. Not the best method, as you've seen. Trying to jump realms using magic when you have no idea what you're doing can have extremely unfavorable results. Those particular giants should be grateful they suffered quick, simple deaths. Incorrect teleportation can have much more disastrous, and lingering, consequences." "But you discovered how to do it without killing yourself," Thor pointed out. "Because I didn't try throwing around random magic, hoping to stumble onto the answer. I prepared, studied, and tested everything for years, until I was certain I had it. Even then, the first time I tried it. Well, Let's just say I've since refined the technique. King Odin, Eagle said imploringly. I wish to stop the remaining Torgr. I have no desire to conquer Midgard or any other realm. I aspire only to restore Jotunheim for my people. That is why I have come to you, to ask for the use of your Bifrost, to send us to Midgard so that we may clean up the last of the mess Loki created. Odin was silent for a long moment. Loki watched him, knowing he wouldn't allow Midgard to be threatened, but unsure how he might go about Eagle's request to send him and his men to Earth. Eagle did seem different than most frost giants, but there were some truly great actors in the universe and Eagle could prove to be one of them. They simply didn't know him well enough yet to be able to trust him with going to the humans' world alone. We will help you, Odin proclaimed. However, we must first be certain that Midgard is where they went, Heimdall. I cannot see them, my lord. They must be hiding themselves from my sight somehow. His eyes flicked to Loki. Odin's did the same. Loki internally sighed. Yes, he could cloak himself from Heimdall. But he hadn't done so since he had been freed from Thanos' influence. It was something that either Thanos or the gem had showed him or encouraged him to use or, he wasn't really sure, actually, but hiding himself from Heimdall only served to remind him of that dark time in his life. Yes, he still possessed the ability, but he didn't much like talking about it. Neither Heimdall nor Odin looked at him accusingly, but he still felt some level of guilt. Self-recrimination? Distaste? At the reminder? He nodded, resigned. If they could figure out how to transport themselves between worlds, then it's likely they could also know how to magically cloak themselves, even from Heimdall. Then we will have to confirm their whereabouts another way. Fury, Thor said. Thor? Odin asked. Nick Fury, Loki answered for him. He is the head of the human organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. He formed the Avengers and organized the defense of New York. If anyone can find out if the Torgr are on Midgard, he can. What do you propose, my son? Loki glanced at Thor, who nodded. Thor and I will go to Midgard and ask Fury to help us look into it. Odin nodded. Agreed. However, he held up a hand to get Loki's and Thor's absolute attention. If you do find them, report back here. I do not want you two engaging them alone. Loki was about to mention that they could draft the Avengers to help them, and between the 7 of them, should easily be able to take care of 6 frost giants, magic or no, but chose instead to keep silent and nod his agreement. This was not the place to even appear to argue with his father. It is decided, Odin said. King Eagle, you are welcome to remain on Asgard and wait for their return, or we can send you back to Jotunheim and keep you informed. I wish to remain here, if that meets your approval, King Odin. Very well, Odin agreed. Odin glanced to Loki. With a shimmer, Loki's ceremonial garb changed to his battle gear. The cape disappeared to be replaced by simple leather, gold vambraces, and silver shoulder guard. It wasn't entirely unlike what he had worn when he had arrived on Midgard a few months prior, but was different enough to, thankfully, not remind him of that time. He jogged down the steps, Thor, hammer already in hand, falling into step beside him as they headed for the throne room doors. Loki giving the frost giants a wide berth and not looking at them as they passed. If Thor noticed, he didn't comment on it. I hate that you can do that, Thor grumbled as they exited the throne room, Heimdall not far in front of them. Do what? Loki asked. Change your clothes like that. I either have to waste time going back to my rooms to change, or go to Earth like this. His voice was a full-on whine. There was no other way to describe it. Loki rolled his eyes and waved his hand at Thor. The Thunderer's clothes changed, his cape vanishing and his ceremonial garb morphing into the Asgardian equivalent of more casual clothing, which still included armor and plenty of leather, but it wasn't as fine, layered, or as constricting as the ceremonial attire had been. Thor looked down at his clothing, then speared Loki with a disbelieving gaze. All this time, you could do that? Our whole lives you made me believe you could only change your clothes, he accused. Loki chuckled. Do you have any idea how many times I've been late to things because I had to change first? And you're always on time. All those times Mother scolded me and used you as an example of being on time, and the whole time you could have helped me out. Loki's chuckle turned into a laugh. Where would the fun have been in that? Thor moaned. You just live to torture me, don't you? Only every moment of the day, dear brother, Loki chuckled. Oh, I hate you sometimes, Thor grumbled. Then my life's purpose has been achieved. Thor good-naturedly shoved Loki, making him stumble a few steps and pulling another laugh from him. Thor grinned at the sound, all too aware, these days, just how close he had come, more than once, to never hearing it again. Jogging down the steps of the palace, they mounted their horses and within a few minutes, were dismounting outside the Bifrost Dome, at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall, Loki addressed, approaching the gatekeeper where he stood near the edge of the bridge, can you see Fury? Heimdall gazed out into the star-covered black of space. He is traveling aboard his flying base. Your friends, the Avengers, are there as well. It would seem, for some form of mandatory meeting with the director. Then that is where we will appear, Loki decided. Can the Bifrost land there? Thor asked. We're not taking the Bifrost, Loki said. I will transport us. Thor groaned dramatically. No, no way. Teleporting with you never ends well for me. Why can't we just take the Bifrost? Because we don't want to risk drawing attention to ourselves. A multicolored shaft of light descending from space is hard to miss. If the giants are anywhere near there, the Bifrost will give us away, Loki explained. We must be wise about this. When have you ever known me to use wisdom? Thor asked jokingly. You possess much more than I ever gave you credit for, Loki said seriously. Thor's teasing smile softened into one of almost shy fondness. Thank you, brother. Well, let's go, if we're going, Loki said, before the conversation could get overly emotional. He offered his hand to Thor but was stopped as Heimdall spoke up. One moment, my prince. There is something you need to know. What is it? The man called Coulson yet lives, Heimdall declared without preamble. It took far longer than it should have for that to register in Loki's mind. His brain kept trying to deny it as memories of stabbing a man through the back flashed through his mind's eye. What? How? The Midgardians were able to revive him, Heimdall said. How long have you known? Loki asked, his voice carefully devoid of emotion. Since the one called Fury informed your friends of his survival not long after their return to Earth, Heimdall said. That was over 2 months ago, Loki exploded. Why didn't you tell me? Heimdall glanced at Thor. Loki caught the look and rounded on his brother. You knew. Heimdall told me when he found out, Thor admitted. He sought my counsel on when to tell you. Loki opened his mouth to unleash some more of his anger, but Thor held up a hand, silencing him. You were still recovering from the battle. Loki bristled, a moment away from snapping, when Thor gave him a sharp look. Don't argue. Despite the act you put up, you and I both know you were not fully recovered then. Loki sighed. As loath as he was to admit it, Thor was right. The battle with Thanos, and the life force transfer that had saved his father, had nearly cost Loki his life, and, although he had been, more or less, back on his feet after a few weeks, he hadn't really been completely himself again until just recently, nearly 2 months after the battle. Loki didn't respond to Thor, but his dropped gaze and crossed arms said all that was needed. And after that? Loki asked. You've had plenty of time since then to tell me. Thor shifted uncomfortably. Everything was well. You were recovered. Things between you and father, and you and I were mending. I did not want to throw this at you so soon. I didn't want to remind you of everything. And I was unsure it would even make much of a difference before now. Telling me that someone I thought I had killed was still alive, wouldn't have made a difference? Loki yelled. Thor winced. I feared it would do more harm than good. How would that have done more harm? Loki asked. I thought it might be a reminder, that it would bring back the nightmares. Or relieve the ones that never went away, Loki cried, throwing his arms out. You didn't tell me, Thor began, sounding hurt. I told you when I had nightmares. I just didn't always go into complete detail, Loki said. But you should have. What? Been entirely truthful and not kept any secrets from you? Loki asked sarcastically. Guilt pinched Thor's face and remorse colored his tone. I'm sorry, Loki. I should have told you. I just wasn't sure how. Loki sighed, his shoulders slumping and his anger fading in the face of Thor's sincerity. Were you ever going to tell me? He asked softly. Of course, Thor said. I was just waiting for the right time. Something which rarely ever comes, Loki said, his tone at least somewhat understanding. I am sorry, Thor said again. As am I, Loki said, his tone and gaze telling Thor that they were okay and he was forgiven. Loki looked between Thor and Heimdall. Thank you for telling me. As much of a shock as it was, at least he wasn't going to be blindsided when he actually saw the man in question. It wasn't much of a heads up, but at least it was something. Unfortunately, now he had nerves mounting at the thought of having to face the man who had died, or rather, almost died, at his hands. With a last, deep breath to clear his head and settle his emotions, Loki offered his arm to Thor. His brother gripped his forearm firmly, and in the next moment, the two of them were gone. Tony mumbled what might have been a curse as a second egg fell from the counter to smash on the kitchen floor. Are you sure you got this? Steve asked from where he sat at the kitchen island and watched his father turn the kitchen into an, questionably, edible war zone. Yes, I have this, Tony said defensively. It's just been years since I've cooked. Yeah, Dad, I remember you cooking when I was a kid. It was kind of a train wreck then. So it wasn't stylish, Tony admitted with a shrug. The food was good, though. More like barely passable. You could get by with PB&J, but Mom was the cook. You were a walking fire hazard. I resent that, Tony said with faux irritation. You can resent it all you want. It doesn't make it any less true. The potholder that flew through the air hit Steve in the face with perfect aim. He caught it with a laugh and threw it back at his father. Just you wait. I'm going to make you the best omelet you've ever tasted. As Tony turned back to his omelet making, Steve eyed the mess of refrigerator contents that Tornado Tony had strewn across the countertops, and pulled out his phone. He surreptitiously fired off a quick text to Clint before pocketing his phone and turning back to his father. We're going to be late. For what? Tony asked over his shoulder. Steve sighed patiently, knowing his father knew perfectly well what he was talking about. The team meeting on the helicarrier. Tony groaned. Do we have to? Yes, we do, Steve said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I know you're not a big fan of Fury's right now. No one is a fan of his right now. What he did. Tony shook his head. I know. But I also kind of understand it. What? Tony asked, turning to look at his son incredulously. We weren't a team, Steve said. We were a group of arrogant, short-tempered individuals. We couldn't stop fighting each other long enough to fight our enemy. That was the scepter, Tony argued as he leaned back against the counter and briefly fiddled with a spatula, but his inability to meet Steve's eyes belied his own belief in that excuse. No, Dad. The scepter was just the last straw. It was all already there. Simmering under the surface. It was actually a good thing we snapped when we did, instead of during the real battle. Steve shook his head. But that aside, we weren't a team. And we weren't going to be one without some kind of push. We needed something to kick us in the butts and force us to get over ourselves. Fury gave us that. By telling us our friend was dead, that wasn't helping us. That was cruel, Tony said, his eyes full of anger and old pain. Maybe, Steve allowed. But it worked. It saved the planet. Tony's jaw clenched. He did what he had to do, Steve said. Would I do the same in his position? Probably not, honestly. But I think he did what he felt was the best option to save the most lives. He told us Phil was dead. How is that the best option? Steve sighed sadly. Look at it this way. We all had some temporary emotional trauma and a good hit upside the head to get our priorities into focus, and the world was saved. Would you have preferred for us to fail all of those innocent people? All of New York, just to save us a little grief? Sacrifice is part of being a hero. And on some level, we all knew what we were signing up for when we stepped into that role. Tony shook his head. When he told us the truth, he didn't even seem fazed. Like what he did was no big deal. Name one time Fury ever looked even slightly fazed, and I'll accept that as a valid point, Steve said with a raised eyebrow. True, Tony reluctantly admitted, but he also wasn't in any kind of hurry to tell us. Well, the fact that we literally disappeared off the face of the planet for a month might have had something to do with that, Steve said sarcastically. Why are you trying so hard to defend him? Tony asked, irritation edging his voice. Why are you trying so hard to find reasons to hate him for this? Steve shot back. Why can't you just be glad he wasn't telling the truth? I mean, all the people we've lost. We actually get one of them back, and you're angry about it? Would you stop being all mature and sensible? Tony said sulkily. Someone has to be the adult in this relationship, Steve said with a smirk. Don't make me throw another potholder at you, Tony threatened. but his mouth twitched with amusement for a moment before settling into a fond smile as he stared at his son. "What?" Steve asked. Tony shook his head slightly. "How did you get to be so objective, understanding, and optimistic?" Steve shrugged. "I don't know. I guess this eccentric guy the first raised me right. That nanny was money well spent." Steve huffed a laugh and rolled his eyes. "And what are you talking about eccentric? I'm not eccentric," Tony protested. "Well, of course not," Steve agreed. "I was talking about the nanny." Tony laughed and pushed away from the counter to rest his hand on Steve's face. "Please, don't ever change," he said, and placed a soft kiss on his son's head before turning back to do his best to make the current disaster on the counter worse, succeeding in knocking off yet another egg. Steve grinned. "Right back at you, Dad." "Sir," Jarvis announced as Tony sighed and bent to clean up the broken egg. "You have visitors." "We come bearing donuts," Clint proclaimed as he swept into the kitchen, Bruce and Natasha in tow, and set the box down in front of Steve with a flourish, as requested. "Bless you," Steve said. "You don't have to sound so relieved," Tony protested. "And what did he mean, as requested?" "Steve texted and asked us to pick up donuts," Bruce said. "Really?" Tony said, his expression full of hurt. "My own son?" Steve looked at him, then pointedly looked at the nearby mess, under which a countertop was buried, somewhere, before meeting his father's eyes again, head and eyebrow raised. Tony sighed. "Pass me one of those." It was a fine, bright, sunny day on the helicarrier as it hovered high above New York. The past 3 months since the Battle of New York had been blessedly quiet. The city was well on its way to rebuilding, the citizens once again showcasing humanity's remarkable ability to get back up after the unthinkable happens. Nick Fury stood on the bridge, looking out at the clouds and the city far below. Things were actually, from a security, espionage point, good at the moment, quiet. Which of course was why something had to give. And give it did, in the form of the last person anyone on that bridge, or really that planet, wanted to see. Without warning, Loki appeared in the middle of the bridge. Instantly, a chorus of guns being echoed through the room as a multitude of weapons were pointed at the trickster. Loki slowly raised his hands up to shoulder height as he looked around, irritatingly, in amusement. "Am I interrupting something?" he asked cheekily. "That's the third time." They heard a familiar voice yell as a nearby storage closet opened and Thor came stumbling out of it, buckets, a couple of brooms, and few mops falling out with him. "How many times do I have to tell you, don't let go before we are completely materialized," Loki said. "I think you do it on purpose," Thor said as he shook a bucket off of his foot. "Me? It's your fault you let go," Loki protested. "Then why'd I always end up in a storage closet?" Thor shot back. "Because you always let go. If you let go before we are completely materialized, you get thrown off course and don't land beside me. You land near me," Loki explained. "Why do you think I make sure to never land near a ledge?" "I think you always make sure to land near storage closets," Thor grumbled, finally coming to stand beside Loki. "If you just wouldn't let go, you wouldn't have to worry about it," Loki said. "How about next time I grab hold of your throat? That way, I can be sure not to let go," Thor said. "Do that, and I will make sure to land next to a ledge, maybe the edge of the Rainbow Bridge? Or we could go to Arizona. The Midgardians have a wonderful landmark there known as the Grand Canyon. I'll make sure to land next to it, with the edge on my right," Loki said, turning his head to look at Thor who was standing to his right. "Why are you holding your hands up like that?" Thor asked, only just then noticing Loki's stance. Loki just rolled his eyes and nodded toward the many armed people in the room who were now staring at the two of them with their mouths hanging open. "Oh," Thor said, as he finally looked around. "No flies on you, brother," Loki mumbled. "Enough," Fury barked. "Give me one reason not to shoot you right now." He pinned Loki with a heated glare. Loki opened his mouth to say something that likely would have gotten him shot, but was interrupted by the door opening. He turned to see Tony enter the room, closely followed by Steve and the rest of the Avengers. "Hey, Lokes," Tony called, a large grin spreading across his face as he caught sight of the dark-haired Asgardian. "Long time no see, buddy." Tony walked up to him and held out his hand. Loki was aware that he could be shot for moving but took the risk anyway, readily taking Tony's hand. The billionaire gripped the hand firmly and pulled Loki closer, wrapping his other arm around Loki's back in a quick half-hug. Loki reciprocated, wrapping his free arm around Tony's shoulders, returning the friendly embrace before they both pulled back. Loki had seen some people on Midgard greet each other by doing the same thing, so it wasn't something new to him. He was, however, a bit surprised that Tony was doing so. Loki knew Tony wasn't usually the touchy type. He preferred words over physical interaction. That, obviously, didn't apply where Steve was concerned, as Tony was always more than willing to hug his son or squeeze his shoulder, or just touch his arm or hand, almost like he was still assuring himself that Steve was really there. Loki could understand that, seeing everything he wanted most, right in front of him, and having to constantly remind himself that it was real. When it came to Steve, it didn't surprise Loki that Tony's aversion to touch went out the window, but he hadn't expected that to also extend to him, no matter how quick or slight it might be. If the expressions on the armed agents around him were anything to go by, he wasn't the only one a bit surprised by the greeting. It was less surprising when Steve stepped forward and hugged Loki, but no less strange. Loki wasn't used to being positively welcomed by people, let alone warmly hugged by people who were genuinely happy to see him. Usually, he was more like Tony and wasn't too partial to physical contact unless it was Thor or his mother, but he had to admit, this. Having friends who cared, who were close enough to him to want to welcome him almost like family. It was nice, really nice. Bruce's welcome was no less warm, but as with the man himself, it was a bit more reserved as he eagerly shook Loki's hand and smiled brightly. "It's good to see you again, Loki." "It is good to see you as well, Bruce." Loki took note that Bruce pointedly ignored the scrutiny from the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel as they carefully watched the scientist for any sign of anger or green skin or eyes. Natasha gave him a friendly nod and an actual smile. She didn't touch him, which was fine with Loki. He understood. And for Natasha, her greeting amounted to the same as a friendly hug from Steve. Clint was the last one to approach Loki, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were watching the Archer closely as if they were expecting Clint to attack the dark-haired alien. They probably were. After all, Clint hadn't been Loki's biggest fan after the whole mind control thing and before their trip to Asgard. Not surprisingly, Clint didn't attack him. He also didn't hug him, but his welcome wasn't any less bright than the others. He opted for a quick handshake before slapping and squeezing Loki's shoulder with a wide smile. "How you been, Rudolph?" Loki groaned. "Really, what can I say?" Clint said with an unrepentant shrug. "Tony corrupted me." Thor snickered. He opened his mouth but never got the chance to speak. "Don't start, Feathers," Loki said, pointing a finger at him. "I didn't say anything, cow," Thor shot back. Loki sent him a mock glare, but it quickly turned into a smirk as he snorted and shook his head at his brother. "And what am I?" Thor asked, turning to their friends, who, although they had greeted Loki warmly, had yet to even really acknowledge Thor. "Chopped Bilgesnipe tongue?" More than one furrowed brow, narrowed pair of eyes, and all-around odd look were sent Thor's way. "I think he means, chopped liver," Loki translated with a long-suffering, but amused, sigh. "That too," Thor said as he raised his arms out to his sides questioningly. "Where is the love?" He elicited laughs from his friends, and more incredulous, disbelieving expressions from everyone else. "Don't worry, buddy, we love you too," Tony said. "We just happen to like Loki better," Clint said teasingly. "Well," Thor said with faux haughtiness, "I'll just go back to Asgard where I'm wanted." "I'd love to see you try," Loki said with a chuckle. "I'm your ride." Thor grunted distastefully. "Don't remind me. Someone want to tell me what's going on here?" Fury demanded. "Because I would love to know why our planet's #1 enemy isn't locked up right now." "Something I would like to know, also." Everyone turned at the sound of the new voice and the bridge became completely silent and still. Loki could actually hear the other people around him breathing as they all stared at Agent Phil Coulson. Coulson was the first to move as he stepped farther into the room, his eyes never leaving Loki and his face unreadable. All eyes were on the two of them, everyone waiting uneasily to see what would happen. Loki took a deep breath and a tentative step forward. He didn't want to do this. He didn't want to face the man who he had hurt. Killed, almost killed, whatever. He wanted to run away and hide, but he couldn't do that. He had to face what he had done. He had to try to atone for his transgressions. He owed Agent Coulson that, and so much more. So, knowing the following conversation could end badly in many different and spectacular ways, and also knowing the odds were very likely that it would. Loki still worked up the courage to face the man he had killed and speak from his heart. Agent Coulson. I must tell you how truly sorry I am for what I did to you. If there was any way I could take it back. Loki trailed off. Of course there isn't a way to take it back, idiot. I understand if you hate me for what I did. Except you didn't do it, Thor interrupted. Loki sighed. They had had more than one discussion, argument, over where the blame lay. Yes, Loki had been under Thanos and the Tesseract's control, which, for Thor, was the end of it, but for Loki, it was still his hands, his face. He still witnessed and lived every moment, saw every second, felt every action and heard every word. He knew what it sounded like to stab someone in the back, remembered the feeling of the blood on his hands. His last visit to Earth may not have technically been him or his fault, but it was still something he had to try to live with and rectify if possible. Excuse me, Fury snapped, I saw the video footage. It was definitely him. And you were there, Thor. You can't be that blind, can you? Thor bristled at Fury's caustic accusation, but Tony quickly stepped between the S.H.I.E.L.D. director and the two brothers. You might want to dial back the insults until you have all the facts, Nick, he warned. Care to enlighten me? Fury half asked, half demanded. Steve quickly spoke up, before his father got angry enough to say something to cause the situation to spiral out of control. Tony and Fury rubbed each other the wrong way at the best of times, and this was nowhere near the best of times. They so easily irritated and frustrated each other, and their anger always fed off each other's until they both exploded. That was the last thing any of them needed, at the moment. Everything was precarious enough, and it would only take the barest hint of a breeze to send it all toppling over the edge. What Thor meant was that Loki wasn't in control. He was completely under the power of a third party the whole time he was on Earth. Nothing he did was willing. The silence on the bridge was nearly deafening as an air of shock ran through almost everyone present. Even Coulson looked a bit, Steve would almost say startled, before the agent's gaze flicked to Loki and he looked at the alien as if he was seeing him for the first time. In a way, Steve supposed he was. However, Fury's expression only showed disbelief that was quickly tainted by disgust. You're telling me some cop-out about how he wasn't in control of his actions, so he's not to blame for all the people he killed and the destruction he caused? Fury snapped, his tone drenched in sarcasm. That's exactly what he's telling you, Director, Clint said, stepping forward to stand next to Tony. Loki is innocent. If possible, the silence was even louder, or thicker, or something. Everyone there knew how much Clint hated Loki. Or had hated Loki, apparently. He had been pretty vocal about his dislike for the alien after he was freed from the mind control. And he had every right to hate Loki for what the alien had done to him, and yet, there he was, defending him. Have all of you gone and drank the Kool-Aid? Fury asked. You of all people, Barton, shouldn't be defending him. Actually, sir, I'm exactly who should be defending him. I know exactly what he went through. No one had to ask what Clint meant. Clint, are you saying that what was done to you, was done to Loki? Coulson spoke up, his eyes shining with curiosity, even as his expression stayed carefully neutral. No, Clint said, I'm saying what was done to him was easily 100 times worse. Even Fury, with all his disbelief, was pulled up short at that low, heavy statement. He was tortured mercilessly for months just to wear him down enough so that his mind could be taken over, Steve added, coming to stand beside Clint and Tony, the three men unconsciously forming a protective barrier between Fury, Coulson, basically the whole bridge, and Loki. For his part, Loki wasn't too worried. He could easily overpower every person on the bridge combined if he had to, or just as easily teleport away before anyone could so much as blink. Thor was, obviously, much less relaxed and secure, as he stood close enough to Loki that their shoulders brushed. Every time Loki tried to lean away and create just the tiniest amount of separation between them, Thor would move to and cover the distance. To say Loki was feeling a bit smothered was an understatement. He loved his brother, but sometimes Thor forgot there was such a thing as personal space and that, unlike him, Loki was not touch-oriented. The exact opposite, actually. Even while under the mind control, Loki did everything he could to fight it, Clint added. He tried to keep from stabbing Phil, but the influence was too strong. If he could have stopped it, he would have. And he's the whole reason we were able to stop the invasion, Bruce piped up from where he was standing by the conference table. All eyes turned on him and he shifted uncomfortably. He didn't particularly like being the center of attention, but Loki was his friend and he was going to help if he could. The fail-safe, Bruce said. Loki knew about it. He could have fixed it, but he knew it was probably going to be our only shot to stop him, so he hid the information from the person controlling him. It was the only way he could help us win. I wish I could have done more, Loki admitted. It was everything you could possibly do, Bruce said. And it was enough. Loki gave him a small smile of thanks. He and Bruce both knew what it was like to not be able to do enough to control themselves, to fight the monster inside and protect those around them. They were both having to learn that sometimes everything humanly, or Asgardianly, possible wasn't going to be enough for a perfect outcome, but somehow it had to be enough for them, or they would drown in their guilt. So, what? Loki just told you this sob story and you all bought it? Fury asked. No, we saw it, Natasha spoke up for the first time. Saw what? Coulson asked. His memories, Natasha said matter of fact. Wait, what? Fury asked, sounding more and more frustrated. Our father used his magic to show all of us Loki's memories after we returned to Asgard, Thor explained. Okay, tabling for a moment, the fact that he, Fury pointed at Loki, isn't the only one out there with magic, which I'm really starting to hate. By the way, when did the rest of you go to Asgard? Couple months ago, right after the battle. When Thor took Loki home, we hitched a ride. A few other responses were mixed in, but those were the only ones Fury and everyone else were able to clearly make out, as all 6 Avengers responded at the same time. So you all just decided to leave the planet, without telling anyone about it? Fury demanded. I don't answer to you, Nick, Tony said. I do what I want. That's my line, Loki said. Just borrowing it, buddy, Tony said with a cheeky grin. Fury glared at the two men. The trip wasn't really planned, Director, Steve spoke up, once again trying to play peacemaker between his father and the ticked-off S.H.I.E.L.D. leader. And it was kind of my fault. He scratched the back of his head. I realized something was off about Loki. His eyes, to be specific. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is we figured out that he might have been under the same kind of mind control as Clint, and when it came time for Thor to take him back home, I wanted to go along and make sure everything turned out okay. And the rest of us jumped on the bandwagon too, Tony finished. Some of us were dragged, actually, Bruce mumbled. Tell me you didn't have a good time, Tony said. Oh, I had a wonderful time watching someone's memories of being systematically tortured, followed by reliving the entire nightmare that happened on Earth, only to then have to fight a battle against a powerful, sadistic, homicidal alien who was bent on destroying the entire universe, Bruce said sarcastically. Oh, and insane. Can't forget that. The guy was completely insane, and not the bonkers, lock him in a padded room in the loony bin kind of insane, but the terrifying, dangerous, we're all going to die slowly and painfully, criminally kind of insane. Everyone on the bridge stared at Bruce as he wound down and fell silent. There was no sign of green in his eyes or skin, so obviously they weren't in any danger of the Hulk making an appearance, but that wasn't at all why everyone was staring at him in equal parts surprise and amazement. I'm pretty sure that's the most I have ever heard him say at one time, one of the techs softly whispered to the person next to him, but with how silent the bridge was, everyone heard him. Bruce blushed and dropped his gaze to the floor in embarrassment as he shifted uncomfortably. Still a sensitive subject, I take it? Tony asked with only half the snark he usually would, still a bit amazed not only by the fact that soft-spoken Bruce Banner was capable of any kind of outburst, but the fact that the entire time he got worked up, not a hint of green had appeared, even in his eyes. Maybe Bruce and the Hulk were starting to work things out between them, after all. Was it weird that Tony felt kind of proud of him for that? Tony internally shrugged. Ever since Steve had come back from the dead, the father in Tony kept emerging, and not just in regards to Steve, apparently. Maybe that wasn't a wholly bad thing. Just as long as he didn't start randomly hugging his teammates, he could live with it. Why is this the first I'm hearing of a trip to Asgard and some kind of battle? Fury practically roared, causing several people on the bridge to jump slightly at the sudden volume. Not my department, Tony said. All eyes shifted to the two people whose department it was. I thought Nat told you, Clint said, raising his hands defensively. Fury turned to Natasha, who was examining her nails, not in an unconscious or nervous way, but in a relaxed, "you're not worth my time" kind of way. "Never got around to it," Natasha said with a disrespectful shrug. She finally raised her eyes to meet Fury's, and from his position, Loki swore he saw anger there. He didn't know how it looked to everyone else, but Loki easily picked up on it. He was pretty sure it was the same kind of defiant looks he used to give his father. Fury had done something that had angered Natasha. The female agent's gaze flicked to Coulson, then the glare returned to Fury for a moment before dropping back to her nails, her body language once again reflecting apathy for the director. Loki had his answer. He couldn't be 100% certain, but he was good enough at reading people that he could almost guarantee that Natasha was less than thrilled with the fact that Fury had kept Agent Coulson's survival a secret and lied to her, to all of them, about his death. As someone who had been lied to all his life about something significant by someone he cared about and trusted, Loki could relate to that kind of anger, and, honestly, he couldn't blame her, even if it had made things a bit harder on him when he suddenly appeared on the bridge of the helicarrier, surrounded by people who still believed he was a villain. All in all, it hadn't been that big of a deal, though. He had never been in any danger from the humans and their, honestly, pitiful weapons, and it definitely had made things more interesting, so she was easily forgiven. So, basically what you're telling me is that Loki is innocent of everything that he did on Earth and that he was under the control of whoever really was responsible. Fury summed up. "Yep," Tony said, "but you'll be happy to know the guy responsible is dead. Thanks to Loki's here." Tony clapped Loki on the shoulder. "He defeated him and saved not only us," he motioned to himself and the other Avengers, "and all of Asgard, but pretty much the whole universe too, and almost died doing it. Feel free to say thank you." Phil was still studying Loki, his eyes conflicted. Clint stepped closer to him and spoke softly. "He wasn't in control, Phil. He didn't want to hurt you and he tried to stop it. He really regretted what happened and blamed himself even though it wasn't his fault. He's not a bad guy." Phil met Clint's eyes and nodded. The agent stepped past Clint, Steve, and Tony and stopped a few steps away from Loki. Loki felt a bit of nervousness sweep through him as he met the eyes of the man he had almost killed. No, that he had killed. Loki didn't know how the Midgardians had managed to revive him, but he was certain the man had been dealt a killing blow and died by Loki's hand. Phil just stood there, looking at him, as if waiting. For what? Loki wasn't entirely sure as the man's expression had become unreadable again, but Loki decided to take a chance anyway. Loki covered the last few steps until he was standing within arm's reach of Coulson. Although Coulson stood rigidly and almost defensively in front of Loki, some small relief flowed through the trickster when the agent didn't flinch or step back at his approach. It was a positive sign. Loki slowly extended his hand toward the agent. "Hello, I am Loki Odinson of Asgard and I would like to start anew." Phil looked from the hand to his face and stared him in the eye for a long moment before his stance softened ever so slightly, and he grasped Loki's hand firmly, shaking it once. "Agent Phil Coulson, welcome to Earth." Loki nodded ever so slightly. "Thank you," he said, and his gratitude had nothing to do with Coulson's welcome but everything to do with the second chance the agent was granting him. Coulson returned the slight nod, both men acknowledging the slate they had just wiped clean. Phil released Loki's hand and the Norse warrior stepped back beside Thor, who reached up to squeeze his shoulder. The gesture a mixture of support and pride for the bridge his brother had just, at least partially, mended. Loki knew Coulson wasn't anywhere near trusting him. It would likely take a long time to earn that and it would not come easily, not that it should after everything that had happened, but it was a start, and that was all Loki could ask for. The enormity of what had just occurred wasn't lost on anyone present, but no one else commented on the moment and Tony chose to change the subject and divert attention away from others and onto himself. What else was new? "So," he said with a clap of his hands, "as much as I would love to think that you two just came for a friendly visit, I have a hard time believing you would have appeared on the helicarrier if that were the case. So why don't you tell us why you're here?" "We came to warn you," Thor said. That got everyone's attention, and an air of seriousness, or rather an even more serious air than had already been filling the room, fell over everyone. "I think you two should have a seat," Fury said. "I think you two should have a seat," Fury said, his tone becoming all business as he registered the possibility of a threat to his planet. As one, the 7 Avengers all moved to the nearby briefing table. Steve sat at one end of the table with Tony to his left and Loki to his right, facing each other. Thor sat on the other side of Loki with Bruce next to him. Clint perched on the seat to Tony's left and across from Thor, while Natasha claimed the seat next to Clint and across from Bruce. Once they were all seated, with Fury and Coulson standing at the opposite end of the table from where Steve was, all eyes turned expectantly to Thor and Loki. "This morning we received information that there may be a group of dangerous aliens on your planet," Loki said. "You don't say," Fury said sarcastically as he stared at Loki, before sighing in obvious irritation. "How accurate is this intel?" "We don't know," Thor said. "That is why we're here, to inform you and to validate the claim." "Does it come from a reliable source?" Coulson asked. "We don't know that either," Loki said. "The source, as you call him, seems genuine enough, but we don't know him and it's possible he could have an agenda." "Who is your source?" Steve asked. "The son of the king of Asgard's longest and most hated enemy," Thor said. "Former king," Loki corrected. "Eagle, our source," he clarified for the others, "is the current king." "Right," Thor agreed. "He's the son of the person who used to be the leader of our most hated enemy," Thor rephrased, which made it so much clearer. "He claims to want to change that, to have true peace with Asgard, but we don't yet know if his motives are sincere." "Okay. Back up a little," Tony said. "You two are making this way more confusing than it needs to be. Start at the beginning." "This morning was Asgard's second attempt at Thor's coronation," Loki said. "And we weren't invited?" Tony asked. The other Avengers were wondering the same thing, but Tony was the only one rude enough to voice it. "I thought you invited them," Loki said, turning to Thor. "I thought you did," Thor returned. Loki turned to the Avengers. "I apologize, my brother is an idiot." "Me? You're just as much to blame as I am," Thor protested. "You're right. It is my fault. I forgot that when you suggest doing something, and someone agrees with you, you take that as them volunteering to do it for you. My mistake," Loki said sarcastically. "You can hash out who did or didn't invite who later," Fury snapped. "It doesn't matter anyway," Loki said, turning to the other Avengers. "We didn't get to finish this one either, so there will be another at some point. Hopefully, that one will actually take. What's that Earth saying? Third time's the charm." "Can we please get back on track?" Fury boomed. "Yes, well, as I was saying. The coronation was this morning, but it was interrupted, again," Loki said. "By frost giants," Thor said. 5 sets of eyes moved to Loki. "Why does everyone keep looking at me?" Loki asked. "I had nothing to do with it, this time." "Well, it just sounded a bit familiar," Steve admitted. "Except this time I wasn't under the influence of an evil mastermind, and I didn't let them into Asgard. They came via Bifrost," Loki said with an air of faux hurt. "Is anyone else here supposed to know what all of you are talking about?" Fury asked. Right. Loki had forgotten that not everyone in the room had seen his memories of the last coronation. "Not important," Tony said, waving it off. "So what did they want?" "They came to warn us," Loki said. "Their new king, Eagle, in an effort to begin forming positive interactions between Jotunheim and Asgard, told us of a possible threat to your planet." "But you don't know if you can trust him," Tony said. "He seemed earnest enough," Loki said. "But?" Bruce asked. "But I know what his father was capable of." "Wait," Clint said, finally connecting the dots. "So, this Eagle guy is the new king and you said he is the son of the former king, so." "He's your brother," Steve said. "I have one brother and he is not the king of Jotunheim," Loki said, his tone hard. "You know that's not what I meant," Steve said. Loki sighed, his anger bleeding away. "I know, I apologize." "You have a pretty good excuse," Steve said kindly. "So, did you know about?" "No," Loki sighed. "I didn't know Laufey had another son, and neither did my father." "Could someone please explain?" Coulson said, cutting in before Fury's anger could overflow. "I told you my brother was adopted," Thor said. Coulson and Fury nodded. Thor trailed off, trying to find the right way to phrase it. "I'm not Asgardian by blood," Loki said, taking the chore from Thor's hands. "I was born of another realm and Odin brought me into his family." "Wait," Coulson said. "So, not only were you adopted, but you were adopted from another planet?" People in your country take in children from other regions, do they not? Loki asked. Fair point. Coulson conceded. But they're still all from the same planet and the same, well, for lack of a better word, species. Loki had to admit he had a point. The whole thing was a bit strange even by Asgardian standards. It must be mind-boggling to people from Earth, a planet that, until recently, had thought they were alone in the universe. I was born of the king of the planet Jotunheim. At the time of my birth, Asgard and Jotunheim had just finished fighting a long and bloody war, Loki said. Over what? Coulson asked. Earth, Loki said. What? Fury exclaimed. Around 2,000 of your years ago, the Jotuns came here to Midgard, Thor said. They wanted to conquer your planet and turn it into another Jotunheim. I take it that would be bad, Tony said. You saw Jotunheim in my memories, Loki said. They live on a planet of ice and snow. When they came to your planet, they nearly started another ice age. At that time, your people were much too primitive to fight them, so our father led the armies of Asgard to intervene, Thor said. The price was much time and many lives, but Asgard was victorious and the Jotuns were banished back to their realm. And, what? Odin just decided to steal the child of his enemy's king? Fury asked. No, Loki said, his tone and expression severe at the director's scathing accusation. Whatever problems Loki and Odin had had over the years, the fact remained that Odin had saved Loki's life. He hadn't stolen him. It wasn't possible to steal something that someone had already thrown away. He chose to save me. He sighed and looked down at his interlocked hands resting on the table. For whatever reason, I was born small for a frost giant. The Jotuns are a warrior, tribal type of race. Strength is greatly valued and weakness is not tolerated. I was seen as weak. That, coming directly on the heels of the Jotuns' defeat, is likely why Loki left me to die in the Jotun temple as an offering to their gods. The room was quiet for a long moment as the other Avengers stared at Loki, unsure what to say in response to what had to still be a painful subject. Thor especially seemed to be trying to figure out how to comfort his brother. Loki, of course, noticed their hesitance and unease and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I've made peace with that, he said truthfully. I suppose, in a way, I should be grateful to them. If they had not left me to die, then Father never would have found me and taken me in. I never would have become Thor's brother. I would be a very different person with a very different life now. And despite some of the things I have endured in my life, I am happy with who I am and the life I have. Thor smiled at him and gripped his shoulder, silently returning the sentiment. Although, I wish I hadn't had to go through mind control, torture, the destruction of a small Midgardian town as well as a major city, and an all-out war on Asgardian soil to reach that point, Loki said, only half joking. If Father would have just told you about your heritage sooner, perhaps it wouldn't have come to that, Thor said. What? Coulson asked. It's not important, Loki said, trying to dismiss it out of hand. Yes, it is, Thor argued. Our father, in all his wisdom, decided to keep the truth of Loki's biology a secret, never telling him of his adoption until he discovered it for himself a little over a year ago. He turned back to Loki. All those years, he lied to you, and then when you finally discovered the truth, I was banished, Father was asleep, and you were left with the weight of an entire kingdom on your shoulders. Wait. So, you spent most of your life believing you were Odin's son and then one day he just springs it on you that not only are you adopted but you're the son of one of his greatest enemies? Coulson asked, incredulously. Actually, Loki found out by accident. Father had no intention of ever telling him, Thor said scathingly. It's not as clear-cut and simple as you make it sound, nor as harsh, Loki defended. Sounded like the perfect summary to me, Thor said. Thor, Loki sighed. Father and I have talked about this. We've made peace with it and moved on. You should as well. If he hadn't kept it from you then the exact same things would have happened, Loki said. Thanos had me under his control. That's why I did all of those things, not because of my hurt and anger. Those emotions just gave the jewel something more to feed on, but knowing the truth sooner wouldn't have stopped it or changed anything. You don't know, yes, Thor, I do, Loki said. I felt the power of the gem. I know what it is capable of. It wouldn't have made a difference. Thor met his eyes for a moment before sighing, the anger in his gaze relenting to something else. Acceptance? As Thor gave in to the truth of Loki's words. Now that you two have aired more of your family drama, Can we get back to the relevant parts of this drawn-out history lesson? Fury asked. Of course, Loki said. Where were we? Before or after you got off on your family history? Fury asked sarcastically. You were talking about Eagle crashing the coronation that we weren't invited to, Tony said. We're sorry about that. We'll be sure to invite you to the next one, Loki said, exasperated. That's all I ask, Tony said imperiously, but his eyes sparkled with humor. Loki rolled his eyes. Yes, so Eagle and 2 of his guards entered the throne room and proceeded to tell us of a rogue contingent of frost giants called the Torgr. Apparently, they were some special group of warriors that Loki formed, but, supposedly, Eagle disbanded them as part of his efforts to change as much of Loki's way of ruling as possible. Okay, so what does this have to do with Earth? Steve asked. According to Eagle, the group of giants didn't take well to Eagle disbanding them, and they decided to split off from the realm and defy Eagle in favor of carrying out what they believe Loki would have wanted them to do, Loki explained. So, they came here? Bruce asked. Why? It relates back to the war between Asgard and Jotunheim, Thor said before turning to Fury, which was why we gave you that history lesson. Fury didn't look contrite, but he had the decency to not retort to Thor's veiled admonishment. Loki never did let go of that loss, Loki said. He didn't care so much about Earth, but the defeat at Asgard's hands never set well, and he grew to hate Midgard, blaming it for Jotunheim's fall from glory, if you can call a kingdom of ice and snow glorious, and into a sad state of disrepair. So, these rogue Jotuns are coming here for revenge, Steve said. If Eagle is to be believed, yes, Loki said. Okay, so tell us what we're up against. Natasha spoke up. We've seen some glimpses of frost giants and some of their fighting skills from your memories, but what exactly are they capable of? What you have seen are typical frost giants, Loki said. They have their ice abilities and they use them creatively and very effectively, as you've seen. Beyond that, they are as strong as Asgardians, but bigger and are fierce and brutal. Mercy is not something they readily show. You say they're bigger than you guys, Coulson said. How big are we talking? Average height. Half again as tall as Thor and at least half again as broad, if not twice as much, Loki said. Here. He turned in his seat and raised a hand, the life-size image of a frost giant appearing in the middle of the bridge. Several sounds of surprise and alarm rang out across the bridge. That's a frost giant? Fury asked, even his tone not unimpressed. That is the appearance and size of a typical frost giant, yes, Loki said. Not an easy fight, Steve said, strategically studying the size and likely strength of the being portrayed in the hologram-like image. It gets worse, I'm afraid, Loki said, letting the image blink out. That is just a typical frost giant. The ones supposedly on your planet are not. Why does that not surprise me? Tony mumbled. Wait, Coulson said, stopping the conversation. You're a frost giant, right? So that, he motioned to where the frost giant image had been moments before, is what you're supposed to look like. Loki was silent for a long moment before nodding. Beneath the glamour that makes me appear as an Asgardian, yes, I look like that. Loki knew it was coming, was waiting for it, but still felt himself tense when it was asked. Can you show us? I can, he said, but made no move to do so. Would you? Phil asked. Loki studied him, staring hard into his eyes, searching for his motives. Was the man mocking him? Baiting him? Trying to find another reason to hate him? Despite his scrutiny, all Loki saw was curiosity, and found himself starting to give in to the request. No, it wasn't Coulson's business. It wasn't anyone's business. You're the one who claims to have accepted his heritage and is fine with it, his own mind logically threw at him. Traitor. If that's true, then prove it. Fine. Without a word of agreement or warning, Loki let the warm paleness slip away and the cold blue to take over, the ridges rising on his exposed skin, and his eyes changing from green to blood red. Everyone, except the Avengers, froze and stared at him in equal parts shock and fascination. Loki kept his eyes on Coulson and saw amazement and curiosity as well as plenty of fascination in the man's eyes, but no contempt, no hatred, no horror. Interesting. Were humans truly that much more accepting than Asgardians, despite only recently discovering aliens existed? Or was it because they didn't have any preconceived prejudices against Jotuns, thanks to having no memory of the war? Whatever it was, Loki was continually surprised by the reactions to his Jotun form that he kept receiving from humans. Loki let his pale complexion take over again, once more banishing the blue from sight. "Thank you," Coulson said, nearly flooring Loki. He had encountered several different reactions and comments on his blue skin before, but a thank you was different. There was also something in Coulson's eyes, something new. Loki would swear it was a level of understanding, but knew that couldn't be right. He was just seeing what he wanted to see. Loki nodded to the man and quickly broke eye contact, strangely feeling more uncomfortable with the positive reaction than he would have with a negative one. "So, what's so different about this group of frost giants?" Tony asked, breaking the awkward silence and getting everybody away from the subject of Loki's true appearance. Loki sent a grateful look to the genius. "They have magic," he said. "That's not a good thing," Tony said. "No, it isn't," Loki agreed. "What kind of magic are we talking?" Steve asked. "Little things, tricks and stuff, are Loki-level powers." "I'm not sure, exactly, but I believe somewhere in between," Loki admitted. "I won't be sure of their full skill until I actually face them, but from what Eagle has told us, I believe they have a fair level of skill. Perhaps not to my strength and experience, but I would not underestimate them either. All frost giants have ice abilities, so for these 6 to be so valued and revered by Loki, they must be able to do significantly more than that. Not to mention, that they figured out how to travel between the worlds. They're not fully proficient at it, but even so, it's no mere trick." "So, not just cheap tricks," Tony said. "They're not as good as you, though. We all saw what you were capable of against Thanos. No way, any of them are that powerful." "I doubt it," Loki said. "But caution is still a good idea. Even if they are not on my skill level does not mean they are not a threat. There are still 6 of them and, combined, they could prove to be quite formidable." "You said there are only 6, Bruce said. "Does that mean frost giants in general don't have the same magical abilities as you?" "No, Loki is unique in that regard," Thor said. "At least, we always thought so. According to Eagle, natural magical talent is rare among frost giants. The Torture are naturally gifted and self-taught. Out of the entire Jotun population, there were originally around 20 Torture, but only 6 now remain, due mainly to Eagle's forces hunting them down. I wonder how powerful they would be if they had had someone skilled to teach them," Thor mused. "Be glad they didn't," Loki said. "That would make our job a lot harder." "How did you learn how to use your magic?" Steve asked. "My training mostly came from my mother," Loki said. "And the rest from what he figured out on his own," Thor added. "One spell, the one that allows him to duplicate himself, he learned on his own. Before Loki, the only person in Asgard who could do that was our father. Many sorcerers tried to replicate the spell but none succeeded, until Loki," he said proudly. "I have a bit of a confession to make," Loki spoke up slowly, not looking at Thor. "I didn't actually figure that one out," he admitted. "What are you talking about?" Thor asked. "We've all seen you use that spell." "I didn't say I couldn't do it. I said I didn't figure it out on my own," Loki corrected. "I tried, and I was close. I know it, but I didn't actually do it alone." "Then how?" "Father taught me," Loki said. "Father? But Father never supported your magic. He always discouraged it." "Yes," Loki agreed, "but even so, there were still a few spells that he helped me learn when I was young. The duplication spell was the last one he taught me." "Why didn't you tell me? You always said you just figured it out." "Father wanted me to keep it secret. I suppose he didn't want anyone thinking he really approved of my affinity for magic. However, he also knew I wouldn't be discouraged from it, so he gave in and taught me some of my most advanced skills." "Why didn't Odin want anyone to think he supported your magic?" Steve asked, confused. "It's not like you're the only one who can do magic. We saw several people on Asgard who could do it too. Like your mom and Ire. On Asgard, magic has always widely been considered a woman's art," Loki explained. "Men fight with weapons and brute strength, magic is only a last resort for them. Women are the ones who use magic and trickery, and even they can sufficiently fight with traditional weapons when needed. Very few men use magic as a go-to weapon, and it is often frowned upon for those who do. It's bad enough to be a male skilled in magic. It's even worse if it's a prince who chooses it as his main weapon. But Odin has magic, Bruce said. Yes, he has a few very complex and advanced abilities that he employs at times. However, that is not his first weapon of choice. He has always used magic as a bit of a backup plan. Add to that, the fact that most of his spells are ones that only the greatest masters can perform. Then there's the duplication spell, which at one time, only he could do. Basically, many people often overlook the fact that he has magic, because of all those factors, as well as the fact that he is king. That is so hypocritical, Steve said. They ignore that he can do it because he's king and can do things no one else can, but they look down on you, even though you're a prince and can do the same things he can. It has gotten better, recently. People are much more accepting of my methods, as of late. You mean, ever since you used magic to kick Thanos' butt and save all of Asgard from certain destruction and death? Tony asked, his tone sounding equal parts sarcastic and matter-of-fact. Pretty much, Loki said with a smirk. Isn't that the way it goes? Tony said with a shake of his head. They hate you, until you save their lives. Then they love you forever. Precisely, Loki agreed. Okay, so we need to find these giants, right? Steve asked, getting them back to business. We need to confirm that they did, indeed, come to Midgard. Yes, Loki answered. What's our first step? Do you have a way to search your planet for non-human lifeforms? Loki asked. Kind of, Tony said. We've been trying to develop something like that ever since New York, but we don't have it perfected yet. We do have facial recognition software, though. Loki stared at him blankly. While I do have more knowledge of your plant than Thor, I am not a complete expert. Tony chuckled. Facial recognition is a thing our computers can do. You do know what a computer is? Loki gave him the universal, duh, expression. Right, he said with a nod. So, the computers can take a picture of someone's face and then go through all other pictures and video footage on the planet and try to find a match. That would be excellent, if we had a photo of any of the giants, Loki said sarcastically. You're right. We can't use it in the traditional way, Tony said. But, I think I can tweak it all a little to help us. How? We're looking for 6 guys with blue skin, right? Shouldn't be too hard for the computer to track down. And if they can disguise their skin coloring like Loki can? Thor asked. They're still the size of like 3 normal people put together, Tony said. Again, shouldn't be that hard to find. That's actually a good idea, Loki said. In addition to that, you can also search for atypical weather. Places that are suddenly cold or snowy or icy that shouldn't be. Right, the frost part of frost giants, Tony said. Good call, reindeer games. Loki sighed. You really are incapable of using anyone's real name, aren't you? You're just now figuring that out? Tony asked. No, I just held out hope this long, Loki said. Longer than anybody else I've met. Impressive, Tony mock praised with a cheeky grin. Heaven help us, Loki said with a shake of his head and a smirk. Sir, I think I may have found them, a shield tech announced, nearly an hour after the initial search had begun. Where? Fury demanded. New Mexico. What is with aliens in New Mexico? Phil muttered. What makes you think they're there? Steve asked, moving to look over the tech's shoulder at his screen. Pretty sure it's not supposed to be snowing in the desert this time of year. He pulled up a newscast reporting a freak snowstorm in a small region of the Chihuahuan Desert in July. Yeah, that's not normal, Steve agreed and turned to his teammates. Let's suit up. Wait, Loki said. Father told us to observe and report back, not to engage. Since when do you follow orders? Thor asked. Since I've finally gotten on good terms with our father, Loki answered honestly. I've spent most of my life at odds with him. I'm not too eager to return to that. Look, we'll just go, have a look around, observe, then you can report back to Odin. Easy, Tony said. And it's completely in line with your orders. Since when do we ever just take a look around? Loki asked with a raised eyebrow. Fair point, Tony admitted. But we're not just going to stand by and wait for you to powwow with Daddy while there are hostile aliens on our planet, Fury said. Loki clenched his teeth, trying to remind himself that Fury only knew him as an evil, homicidal maniac bent on world domination. The director didn't really know him yet. And in his position. Loki supposed the man had a right to be a bit paranoid and mistrusting. Didn't make it any easier to deal with, though. "Hey," Steve said, laying a hand on Loki's shoulder. Loki took a deep breath and relaxed under the touch. "We'll go have a look, see where we stand. We need to know what they're up to." "He's right," Phil agreed. "We need to know what we're up against. If not for you two, at least for us." Loki sighed and nodded. They were right. They couldn't afford to wait around and let the giants have free rein. Besides, the more information they had, the more he and Thor could tell Odin. Steve returned the nod before turning to the others. "Grab your gear. We meet at the Quinjet in 10. "I'm coming with you," Phil said, his tone brokering no argument. Loki's shoulders slumped. Riding in a Quinjet with the man he had killed, while they all flew to essentially disobey his father's orders for the umpteenth time in his life. This was going to end well. Loki had known better. He had known. But he'd still let himself be swayed and pulled into another mess. The whole, observe only, part of the plan went out the Quinjet airlock almost as soon as they crossed into New Mexico. In his friend's defense, it wasn't entirely their fault. Clint hovered the jet just outside of the storm. Loki unbuckled from his seat and moved forward to peer through the front windshield at the unnatural snowstorm raging in a 2-mile radius in front of them. The ice and snow swirled thickly within its area, looking like a giant bubble or some weird, real-life snow globe. Outside the storm, the world was normal, the air hot and still. The dry grass, brush, and cacti amid a sea of sand was a stark contrast to the whiteout swirling in the midst of it all. "That's not normal," Tony said, moving to stand beside Loki. "No," Loki agreed. "It's magical. Are you sure?" Steve asked. Loki nodded. "I can feel it. It's strong, powerful. Like, difficult but manageable, powerful, or Loki level, we're in real trouble, powerful?" Clint asked. "I'm not sure," Loki said. "It's strong, but not as strong as my abilities." "That's a good thing, yes?" Thor asked. "It depends," Loki explained. "If this is the result of all of the giants' powers together, then it's fine. However, if this is the result of just a single one of them, then 6 of them combined would not be good," Phil said, connecting the dots. "Exactly. And I can't tell which it is," Loki said. "At least we know, without doubt, that they're here," Bruce said. "So, now what?" Clint asked. Loki cut off as part of the storm suddenly surged right for them, a tendril reaching out, like a finger moving to touch the hovering jet. "Move!" Loki yelled, but it was already too late. The tendril hit them with the force of a head-on vehicle collision. Everyone not strapped in went flying, meaning Loki, Tony, and Steve. Bruce, Thor, and Phil had been smart enough to actually stay in their seats while the jet was still in the air. Loki hit the floor near the back of the jet with a grunt, but was otherwise uninjured thanks to his natural Jotun toughness. The tendril wrapped around the jet and pulled it toward the storm. Clint battled against it, but the controls wrenched in his hands, the force too strong for him to control. As they swooped into the storm and spun, the winds whipping the aircraft like debris in a twister, Loki, Tony, and Steve were flung around the back of the jet. Loki could hear his friends colliding with the floor and sides of the craft, just as he was, but aside from the occasional blur of color, he couldn't catch sight of them in the chaos. He hoped their suits would protect them from serious injury, just as his natural alien resilience was doing for him, but neither were wearing their helmets, and the last thing they needed was an unconscious Steve or a concussed Tony. "I can't hold it," Clint yelled, neither of which would matter if they all crashed and died. Gathering himself, Loki pushed off from the back of the jet and scrambled to his feet, briefly catching sight of Steve and Tony trying to do likewise but unable to gain any purchase on the bucking, pitching floor. Supplementing his natural balance and agility with some magic, Loki managed to half crawl, half stagger, half fall to the front of the Quinjet. Through the windshield, there was nothing but swirling winds and blurs of white and gray as they spiraled around the maelstrom. The ground wasn't visible, nothing was, but they were going down, the ground approaching rapidly. Loki could sense it. If they hit the ground at the speed they were currently hurtling, they would all die on impact. Latching on to the back of Clint's seat to hold himself in place, Loki reached a hand toward the windshield. His frost giant abilities weren't nearly as trained or honed as the rest of his magic, but when it came down to it, his ice magic was a deeply ingrained, instinctive skill that stemmed from his very DNA. He closed his eyes and reached out to the gale, feeling the wind and snow and ice. Slowly closing his hand, he mentally grabbed onto the storm. The Quinjet's spinning slowed as it evened out. The storm still raged around them, but no longer touched the jet, as if they had flown into a Quinjet-sized eye that moved with them, allowing Clint to retake control. Loki reopened his eyes as he held the storm back away from the jet's hull. "You must land," he grunted, feeling the storm, or perhaps the wielders of the storm, fighting him. "I don't know how long I can hold it." Clint made quick work of guiding the jet downward, and only seconds later, they were gently touching down on the ground. As soon as they were safely down, Loki released the storm and leaned against Clint's seat, panting slightly from the exertion. The winds battered against the outside of the jet once more, but did no damage to the craft now that it was on the ground. Tony and Steve climbed back to their feet, looking, more or less, no worse for wear, as Phil, Bruce, and Thor unbuckled from their seats. They all gathered at the front of the jet as Clint and Natasha unfastened their own harnesses and turned in their seats to look at the others. "Hey, you okay?" Steve asked the younger Asgardian where he still rested against Clint's seat. Loki nodded, straightening. "I'm fine, they were just fighting me." "They?" Tony asked. "The giants. They know we're here. In case the storm reaching out and dragging us in wasn't enough of an indicator of that," he said sarcastically. "This storm is frost giant magic. I was able to control it, but they could sense it and were trying to wrest control from me." "But you were stronger than them." "Him?" Steve asked. "I believe it was more than one, perhaps all of them," Loki said. "And yes, for a few minutes I was, but they would have overpowered me, eventually." "But the fact that you were able to hold them all off at once, even for a short time, means you're stronger than them, right?" Phil asked. "I suppose so, yes," Loki hesitantly agreed, but his tone remained cautious. "But it still will not be an easy fight." "So, now what?" Clint asked, looking out at the whiteout conditions they were trapped in. "We keep going," Tony said. "Keep going?" Bruce asked uneasily. "Yeah, in case you missed it, Tony, we will crash if we try to fly in this," Natasha said. "I wasn't suggesting we fly," Tony said, as if that was the stupidest assumption he'd ever heard. "We'll go on foot." This time, even Steve looked at his father as if the man had finally lost his mind. "Yes, because immediately after barely escaping certain death with your life, the wise thing to do is walk farther into danger," Loki said sarcastically. "That's how people get eaten." "They're frost giants, not dinosaurs," Tony said with a roll of his eyes, "and that is the last time I let you watch Jurassic Park." "Jurassic Park?" Thor asked. "It's an Earth movie," Bruce answered. Thor's brow furrowed. "Brother, when did you watch a movie?" Loki went a little too still. "Well, obviously, it must have been when I was on Earth," he said, trying to sound flippant, but falling just a bit short of believable. "You mean when you were trying to take over the planet under the control of Thanos?" Thor asked dubiously. "You decided to catch a movie while you were enacting all your plans? Or perhaps after you had been arrested and put in chains?" Loki winced almost imperceptibly. There was no talking his way out of this one. "When, Loki?" Thor demanded. Loki sighed. "A few weeks ago." "A few you sneaked away from home without telling any of us," Thor exploded. "It's not like I went off on an adventure," Loki argued back. "I just popped over for a visit." "While you were supposed to be recovering?" Thor pressed. "No, while I was going insane from all of you hovering," Loki shot back, throwing his arms wide. "I couldn't take it anymore. You, mother, father, you all kept watching me as if you expected me to fall down dead if the breeze blew just so." "We were worried about you," Thor said, sounding almost hurt. "We almost lost you." "I know," Loki sighed. "And I appreciate that, truly. But even the most well-meaning intentions can become overwhelming, given enough time. I just needed to get away for a few hours. I just needed to breathe. But to run off like that, it's not like I ran off to Jotunheim or something. I visited our friends. I may not have been at my full strength, but it wasn't going to kill me to teleport to Earth. And once I got here, I sat on the sofa and rested while we watched a few movies," Loki explained. Thor pursed his lips and sighed. "I suppose we were a bit smothering," he admitted. "A bit?" Loki asked in astonishment. "All right, a lot," Thor revised with a roll of his eyes. and I'm sorry about that. You care. I'll take smothering over being ignored any day, he said with a shrug. He met Thor's eyes and they shared a look, before they both nodded, knowing all was forgiven between them. By the way, if you haven't seen Star Wars, I'd recommend it. It's completely wrong about space and other planets, but still quite entertaining, Loki said. A throat being cleared pulled everyone's attention to the co-pilot's seat. If you two are finished with your chick flick moment, can we get back to Tony's insane idea of walking right out into the storm and letting it tear us apart as opposed to crashing in a fiery death, Natasha said, sarcasm dripping from her tone. She's right, Tony, Loki said. There's no way I'll be able to safely hold the storm back from us. I wasn't going to ask you to, Iceman, Tony responded, looking smug as if he knew something no one else did. Just spill it, Tony, Phil said, exasperated. What's your plan? Tony raised his left arm and a small device popped up from the smooth metal of the suit. It looked like, well actually, it looked kind of like a sprinkler head. It was small and round but flat on top, like the kind of sprinklers that are recessed into the ground until they pop up when turned on. Little something I've been working on, Tony said. What is it? Loki asked with genuine curiosity. Personal force field generator, Tony said with a grin. With this, I can generate a bubble of energy around us to keep the storm back. Problem solved. It doesn't matter, Loki cut in. We found all the evidence we needed. We know the frost giants are here. It's time for Thor and me to go back to Asgard and report to our father. Except we haven't seen the giants and we don't know how many there are, Tony responded. We don't need to see them. Loki shot back in exasperation. Was he the only sensible one on this team? The 2-mile-wide snowstorm in the middle of a desert is a bit of a giveaway. And considering there were 6 escapees, it's likely a safe bet that there are 6 of them. We don't need a head count to report to our father that they are here. But the more information we have for father the better, right, brother? Thor asked. Loki wanted to scream, or maybe slap some sense into his bother. Over the past months, Thor had made great leaps in being open to listening, truly listening, to Loki and taking his counsel seriously and with great consideration. But he still had moments, such as right then, when all reason left him and he defaulted to ignoring Loki's concerns. Old habits, Loki supposed. It didn't help that it seemed the others were all just as eager as Tony to explore further, their expressions ranging from thoughtful to determined. Loki sighed for what felt like the far too many times in just the last hour. I still think this is a horrible idea. But I can already tell I'm going to be outvoted. 5 minutes later, 6 humans and 2 Asgardians were stepping off the Quinjet, energy field active and in perfect working order. The storm still surged around them, reducing visibility to 0 beyond the field, but no wind or snow hit them, and the raging wind was muted to a dull roar, like listening to a storm through the thick walls of a house. Loki privately hoped Heimdall wasn't watching them, or at least that he wouldn't go to Odin. Loki internally sighed. Not that that would help. His father was going to find out one way or another, and when he did, Loki, and hopefully Thor, because Loki was not taking the full blame for this, were going to be in trouble. Odin had specifically told them to observe and report, not to engage, and what were they doing? Walking right into the heart of the storm in a wonderful attempt at being attacked. Truly, the frost giants couldn't ask for a better opportunity to ambush the foolish lot of them. And it would serve us right too, Loki thought. There they were, walking along as if taking a nice, afternoon stroll. Thor bemoaning the fact that Jane was still in London instead of New Mexico so he couldn't drop by and visit her, while Tony and Steve seemed to be arguing good-natured DLY about Tony's ability, or lack thereof, to cook, with teasing comments here and there from Bruce and Clint. Phil and Natasha were the only two who seemed to truly be on the alert, and even they looked far more relaxed, for them anyway, than he would like. He could almost excuse the humans, since they had never faced a Jotun in combat and really didn't know what they were up against, but Thor had fought frost giants before. He should know better than to be so lax. It was their idiotic trip to Jotunheim all over again, same song different verse. Like a bad sequel, Frost Giants, a really stupid idea too, Earth Human Edition. He should have been more resistant. He should have outright refused, or perhaps tried to teleport them, ship and all, back to the helicarrier. How did he always manage to let people talk him into these kinds of stupid things? The truth was, he didn't. They didn't talk him into anything. They simply wore him down until he gave up. It was the never-ending story of his life. At what point are the rest of you going to realize just how ridiculous this is and call it off? Loki asked after over 20 minutes of walking. When we find the frost giants, Tony said. Or never, whichever comes first. We've been walking for half an hour, Loki pointed out. And we're not even to the halfway mark of the storm's diameter, Tony said. It doesn't matter, Loki shot back, growing more frustrated by his friend's refusal to listen to him. He'd had enough people in his life ignore him, he didn't need or want any more. We can't see even a foot beyond the force field. We could walk right past the giants and never know it. For all we know, we already have. Somehow, I doubt they would have just let us walk right past and not attacked us, Natasha said, her eyes constantly moving as she kept careful watch on the shifting winds around them. Loki wanted to scream, "None of you are listening to me. That was as far as he got. The storm suddenly grew louder, rising to a roar. He sensed it coming just in time to bodily shove Phil to the ground. A long, jagged icicle, tapered to a deadly point, sliced into his side, knocking him to the ground and only just barely missing impaling him in the gut. "Everybody get down," Steve yelled. The team dove to the ground just before more ice spikes sailed through the air, passing through Tony's force field like it wasn't there, but thankfully, shooting safely over their heads. "Why isn't the force field stopping them?" Bruce asked, sounding like he was dangerously close to passing beyond his Bruce Banner stress threshold. "They're magic," Loki grunted, hand pressing to the gaping, bleeding wound in his side. "So's the storm, but it's working on that," Steve yelled. "The spikes are specifically targeted to penetrate the field." "What?" Clint asked. "They made them to slip through your technology," Loki snapped. "They didn't make the storm that way. Ergo, it works on the storm. It doesn't on the spikes," he yelled above the roaring wind. Another round of said objects whizzed over their heads, passing lower this time but still not hitting anyone. "Can they not see us?" Phil asked. "They're toying with us," Loki replied. "What do we do?" Thor asked. "We can't see them, but they can see us. We're sitting wild geese." "Ducks," Tony corrected. "What?" Thor asked. "The saying is sitting ducks, not geese." "But I distinctly remember something about wild geese," Thor said in confusion. "You're thinking of Wild Goose Chase," Steve explained. "Ah yes," Thor agreed. "I get those confused. It doesn't matter," Loki roared as another volley shot past them, only about 2 feet above them this time. The next round was going to skewer them, and if someone didn't do something, they were all just going to lay there on the ground and take it. "What should we do?" Clint asked. "What can we do? Make a run for it, zigzag, duck and cover, and hope they miss?" Phil asked sarcastically. "Maybe my suit," Tony began. "No," Loki yelled. "The ice will cut right through it." "My shield?" Steve asked. "Yes, because all 8 of us can fit behind it," Loki snarked. "Well, if you have a suggestion, we're all ears," Natasha snapped. Loki raised his head slightly and looked toward where the spikes had been coming from. He couldn't see beyond the storm any more than the others, but he could sense the giants out there, gathering. The final volley was coming and they didn't have much time. But they did have some time. The giants were arrogant. They believed their prey was truly trapped. So they were taking their time, savoring it. And it was precisely that overconfidence that was going to save all of their lives. Because Loki did have a plan. It wasn't much, a bit of a last-ditch effort really, and it was. Well, it wasn't going to be all that pleasant for Loki, but it was their best chance. "Stay down," he yelled and rose to his feet. "Loki," Thor called, his voice full of worry. "If any of you listen to me only once today, do it now, stay down." Loki gathered everything he had, pooling all his magical energy into his core. He pulled tighter and tighter, coiling it like a spring ready to snap. Then he let it. He thrust out his hands and a massive wave of energy surged from him. It was rough, lacking the usual grace and skill he preferred to imbue his magical attacks with, but he simply didn't have the time to smooth out the edges. All he could do was lash out and focus every bit of his skill and control on making certain the magic did nothing to harm his friends. And it worked. The energy passed harmlessly over his friends and pushed outward, following his excellent aim to slam into 6 very surprised frost giants. The whole thing was rushed, sloppy, and easily the most magic he had used since his battle with Thanos, but it got the job done. 6 giants flew backward and hit the ground. The storm instantly died even as Tony's force field still burned. Unfortunately, it did nothing to stop the rebounding wall of magical energy that sped right for Loki. He braced himself as best he could, but no amount of preparation made it feel any less like being hit by a train as his own magic slammed him, throwing him off his feet and pounding him hard into the ground. A loud grunt tore from him, taking with it all the air that had once been in his lungs. His vision dimmed, and he nearly passed out, or maybe he did. He wasn't entirely sure how much time passed between one blink and the next as his whole body tingled and burned like circulation being restored to a numb limb. He'd never realized that lungs could actually hurt, but his did, both from the impact and lack of air. Just when he thought they might decide to punish him by never expanding again, his diaphragm unlocked and he sucked in a tiny breath of air. He choked on it but forced more air in, slowly managing to get his body to start working again. It hurt. Everything hurt. He'd known it would. He'd known the magic would rebound on him and he'd have to pay the price, but it had been the best of some very limited options with very little time. He hadn't used any attack magic since his fight with Thanos. He hadn't needed to use magic to fight, hadn't had any opportunity to, and had been focused on recuperating for the past 3 months. He was sorely out of practice and it was coming back to bite him hard. Loki sucked in more air, his vision and hearing, how long had his ears been ringing? Cleared. He saw. Well, sky. But that was kind of what was expected when one was flat out on one's back, and he heard, clanging. He raised his head, almost groaning. The wonderful tingling was gone to be replaced with full-on pain. But that was the least of his problems. All around him, his friends were fighting the giants, and they weren't winning. Letting his head thump back against the ground, Loki took a deep breath and pulled himself together as best he could. Slowly, he sat up, grunting and clutching at his side. He'd forgotten about the nice 2-inch deep gash in his side, courtesy of one frost giant ice spike. But no time for that now, he had to inflict more pain on himself. After all, who else was going to save his friends from their own stupidity? Was that just his natural function in any group he was a part of? His destiny? Because, as far as destinies went, he definitely got the short end of the stick on that one. Pushing aside the fatigue and pain that had him wishing he could just curl up, lick his wounds, and not move for a week rather than expend any more magic, he slowly and painfully forced himself to his feet. There was no way he was going to use the same attack that had just landed him flat on his back. No thank you, but he had to do something. The Jotuns his friends were fighting. Loki wasn't entirely sure what to make of them. They looked much like the ones he and Thor had engaged on their little trip to Jotunheim nearly a year and a half ago. In some ways, they also fought much like those giants, with brute force and ice and cold like any average Jotun, but in other ways, some of their movements, the creative tricks they were employing, the flashes of magic that had nothing to do with innate ice and snow abilities, it was familiar, far too familiar, and Loki really didn't want to think about it. Instead, he turned his attention to his teammates. Thor was doing rather well, as he should, being the only other person present, besides Loki, to have ever fought frost giants, and also much more accustomed to fighting someone with magic than the rest of the team. Steve was holding his own, his shield rather effective against the magical attacks coming from his opponent. Natasha and Clint were staying alive, mainly because they were fast enough, and skilled enough, to evade their more muscled and much slower opponents. Even Phil Coulson was managing to not get killed by the giant he faced, but Loki was petty sure it was because the Jotun thought it more fun to play with the shield agent first, rather than just kill him on the spot, because Loki knew for a fact, the frost giant was more than capable of it. Then there was Tony's battle. And, well, his armor always had been pretty good at taking a beating. Between Tony's repulsor blasts knocking around the giant he faced, and the retaliatory chunks of thick ice that battered the billionaire's suit on top of the pockets of fierce wind that kept throwing him into the ground if he tried to fly, Loki really wasn't sure which of them was winning. All of his friends were alive, for the time being, but it wouldn't last. Not against opponents with the strength of Thor, the magic of Loki, and almost twice the size of either of them. There was also another consideration. So far, Bruce had managed to remain himself, staying back away from the fray and letting the others engage the giants. If it came to it, Loki knew Bruce would unleash the Hulk and the scientist's alter ego likely would have no trouble with the frost giants. Part of Loki actually wanted to see that. If anyone could make the frost giants look like, well, like how the rest of them looked compared to the giants, it was Hulk. But Loki couldn't let that happen. He didn't know the full extent of the giants' abilities, but if they had achieved traveling between worlds with their magic alone, then he couldn't take the chance that they also knew how to magically influence minds. It was a skill Loki himself possessed, so, until he knew different, he had to assume they could as well. It wasn't mind control, per se, and nothing compared to what Thanos had managed to do to him, but if needed, he could influence weaker minds to an extent. It was something that usually only worked on animals, but the Hulk was more intelligent than a typical animal, but with his overpowering emotions and controlling instincts, his mind wouldn't be hard to manipulate, and the last thing they needed was Hulk fighting against them. Besides, Loki knew Bruce preferred to keep the Hulk out of things unless absolutely necessary. Hulk had proven to be an asset and an ally on more than one occasion, but Loki knew the man still didn't completely trust the beast within himself to not go off the rails and hurt innocent people, whether on purpose or not. Loki wanted to spare him from having to make that choice, but without the Hulk, the Avengers would eventually be overtaken. Unless Loki intervened. Left hand still pressed to his side, he pulled in a deep breath and raised his right. His eyes slid closed. And the snow exploded. In front of each frost giant, the snow suddenly erupted straight upward like a bomb going off underwater and spraying a column into the air. In the same moment, each Avenger was yanked backward as if jerked by some invisible lines of rope wrapped around each of their chests. As the snow settled, both sides looked around in confusion. Where before, there had been frost giants and Avengers locked in combat, now, the giants stood to one side, and the Avengers, on their feet and unharmed, were suddenly several yards away from the giants, facing them. And in between them all, stood Loki, in full ceremonial regalia, right hand still outstretched toward the giants, and Tyrnir held in his left at his side. He struck an imposing and fierce sight as he stood with the Avengers spread out behind him, looking less like backup and more like helpless victims under his protection. The giants eyed him warily, unsure what they were up against but knowing he was different from the others, much more of a threat. But how much of a threat, they did not yet know. Loki lowered his right hand to his side, shoulders square, back straight, and intimidating gaze leveled at the 6 giants. "I am Loki, son of Odin, prince of Asgard, and I tire of this," he announced, his voice strong and bold, sounding confident and commanding. "I grow bored of toying with all of you. I am ready to end this. I only need know who wishes to be the first to fall." He raised Tyrnir, the short handle of the weapon elongating to double its previous length, shifting from handheld weapon to a full staff. He slammed the butt of the staff into the ground and a thump that sounded suspiciously like the one Gungnir tended to make. But that should not have come from metal striking snow and dirt. Echoed around them all as a gust of wind emanated from where Loki stood, and surged outward in all directions, buffeting the 6 giants and 7 Avengers standing around the green and gold-clad Asgardian. Loki stared the Torgr down, not letting any of his trepidation show. If he had to fight them, he would, but in his current state, he didn't think he could beat 6 strong, skilled magicians, even with his friend's help. "We don't fear you, little prince," the largest of the giants growled. "You should," Loki said, the green gem set into the curve of Tyrnir's point, glinting in warning. "It matters not what you do," the largest giant, apparently the leader, said. "We will raise this world and kill them all." "What have the humans ever done to you?" Loki challenged. "They exist. They're insects that need to be crushed underfoot." "We're living beings," Steve protested. "You are weak, and you will fall to the strong." "No, they will be protected by the strong," Loki corrected. "Did your defeat at the hands of Asgard teach you nothing?" "It taught us to hate," the giant spat. "No," Loki said. "You learned that all on your own." He leveled the point of his spear at the giants and let loose a blast of green magic from the gem. The energy slammed into the 6 giants and sent them flying backward. Loki was gratified to see that it actually did some damage as they stayed down for several long moments. Unfortunately, that was nearly all of the magic he had stored in the gem, and he didn't think he had enough energy left in his body to so much as change his outfit again, at this point. It was taking all he had to hold the illusion of his regal attire in place. Oh, and also slowly heal the gash in his side and, not bleed to death. The giants recovered and slowly climbed back to their feet, their expressions angry, but also wary once more. Good. I give you one last chance. Leave this world. Return home, Loki commanded, his voice low and dangerous. The giants glared at him as their leader studied Loki, looking him up and down, sizing up his threat and gauging whether a fight was worth it. Those red eyes moved from Loki's weapon, to his defiant stance, to finally skewer the Asgardian's gaze, angry red eyes meeting unyielding green. Loki mentally held his breath. If the Jotuns called his bluff, they were in real trouble. Then the leader's gaze broke away from Loki's. He glanced at his followers and grunted. The others looked unhappy, but none offered any kind of protest. This is far from over, Asgardian. We will return home only when this world is ours. You will watch this planet you seem to care so much for die. Before Loki could respond, a whirlwind of ice and snow kicked up out of nowhere to swirl around the 6 giants. Moments later, the wind died and the snow settled, and the giants were gone. 1 second ticked by, then another, as even the air itself seemed to pause for a moment, almost as if the entire area was breathing a sigh of relief. Or perhaps that was just Loki himself. The tension and adrenaline that had been holding him together drained out of him, and his illusions flickered out, his battle attire winking out of existence and Tyrnir dissolving from his hand, as if it had never truly been there at all. All that was left was Loki, standing in the same simple, much more battle-worthy clothing that he'd been wearing since his and Thor's arrival, green and gold-trimmed black leather with a silver piece of armor over his right shoulder and gold vambraces around both forearms. No cape, no helmet, and no grand adornments. But now, the garb looked disheveled, dusted with snow and smeared with dirt and mud in places. And with blood on Loki's right side, where his hand was once more pressed, as he wavered and stumbled to one knee. Loki! Thor ran to his bother and dropped down next him, the others following closely behind as they all snapped out of their silent surprise and confusion from moments before. Are you all right? Thor asked, laying a hand on his brother's shoulder. Loki pushed the hand away. I'm fine, he said as he gathered his tattered strength and climbed, more or less steadily, to his feet, his left hand still pressed tightly against his side as blood seeped between his fingers and coated his palm. Loki, let me see, I said I'm fine, he snapped, jerking away from Thor. It's a minor wound. My magic will heal it, eventually. Loki pulled his hand away from the laceration. The bleeding was slowing somewhat, and it appeared to be growing slightly shallower as the flesh gradually knitted back together. Loki covered it with his hand again and turned away from the others. Can we please get out of here now? Loki, brother, are you sure you're all right? Not really. Yes, Thor, Loki said, his voice falsely sweet. Or I will be. I'm generally very good at healing myself. His face darkened and his tone turned angry. If only I didn't constantly have to. If only you had listened to me and done what Father told us to. Then I wouldn't have gotten a 2-inch gash in my side, been slammed into the ground by my own magic while saving all of you from your own stupidity, before wrapping this whole disaster up with a desperate bluff that I had to pray the giants would buy, he exploded. Loki, I'm sorry, Thor said pitifully, looking guilt-stricken. Letting out a sigh, he winced. Closing his eyes, he dropped his head forward, nearly doubling over, as his body ached and thrummed with dull pain and bone-deep fatigue, still singing its utter dissatisfaction with the magical backlash of his earlier rushed and heedless attack. Just one hit from his own magic and he felt as if he'd just gone another 3 rounds with the likes of Thanos. He wasn't sure whether to feel proud that his magic was so strong, or like a complete idiot for essentially felling himself. None of which was anyone else's fault and, if he was being honest with himself, wasn't truly where his anger and irritation was stemming from. He dug his fingers into his eyes as a full-on headache pounded behind them. No, I'm sorry, he said, opening his eyes and raising his heavy head to look at his brother again, feeling so incredibly tired at the hurt and guilty expression on Thor's face, and lacking the energy to fully deal with it at the moment. Can we just go, please? He asked softly. Thor nodded, still looking pitiful, which only served to make Loki feel worse for snapping at his brother. His anger didn't have anything to do with Thor, not really, and he shouldn't have taken it out on him, on any of them. Loki, Steve spoke up but paused, sounding almost uncertain. Loki turned and nearly groaned at the expressions on his friends' faces. They all looked just as upset and guilty as Thor did. We're all really sorry, Steve started. No, Steve, Loki said, waving a hand to cut him off. "None of this is any of your faults. It's no one's fault. I'm sorry for snapping. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on any of you." "What are you angry about?" Bruce asked. And Loki honestly couldn't decide if the question was funny, ironic, or touching coming from Bruce Banner of all people. Loki hesitated, then shook his head. "Nothing. No reason. I'm just tired and sore. Rebounding magic isn't a fun experience. We should go." With that, he turned and started walking toward where they'd left the jet, not even looking back to see if the others were following. The group made the 1-mile walk in silence, Loki wrapped up in his own morose and increasingly depressing thoughts, and the others too ashamed and guilty to intrude upon his silence. He had known when he'd unleashed his attack that there would probably be a backlash. He'd known such an unrefined release of magic would rebound, and he'd known it would hurt, but he hadn't expected it to take so much out of him. It was rather alarming just how badly it had affected him. He was practically dead on his feet, almost completely drained of magical energy. Was his magic that strong? Was he somehow more susceptible to it since it was his own? He'd had magic rebound on him before, but it had never been quite so bad. Perhaps it was because he was also injured. But it was a relatively minor wound, at least for him. Or it should be. He'd survived the void. He'd crashed into a planet like a falling comet, and had survived and healed from it. But now, a wound that should have healed in seconds, was still sluggishly bleeding over 10 minutes later. Was he not truly fully recovered from the battle with Thanos and his brush with death? It was the one question he hadn't wanted to ask himself, but couldn't seem to ignore any longer. He had thought he was fine, back to 100%. He truly felt back to full strength, but what if he wasn't? What if there were still some lingering effects? And if there were, what if? What if it was permanent? What if he was permanently weakened by the life force transfer that had nearly killed him? Not a lot was known about life force transfers and their long-term effects since they were so rarely performed and even more rarely survived. What if he was forever changed by it? It was a question he had asked in the recesses of his mind during the long weeks of his slow recovery, but then his strength had seemed to return and he'd thought he'd worried for nothing. But now, was it simply getting hit by his own powerful magic? Magic that hadn't hurt the frost giants nearly as much as it had him. Or could it be that he was no longer capable of expending large amounts of magical energy? Fear gripped him at the thought. Magic was who he was. It had been, perhaps, the biggest part of his personality his whole life. For goodness sake, his literal identity was entirely magical and had been so since the first time Odin had picked him up in that unforgiving temple so many years ago, and his skin had changed from blue to white of its own accord. If he could no longer perform magic as he once had, he wasn't sure if he wanted to throw up, dissolve into a full-blown panic attack, or break down in tears at the possibility. Perhaps all three. Reaching the jet, the 8 of them boarded in the same silence they had held during their walk back. Loki eased himself into his seat and buckled in, briefly checking his wound to see it was finally fully healed, before staring straight ahead at the wall across from him. The rest of the team filed in behind him and buckled themselves in dejected silence. Then they were lifting off, leaving the 2-mile-wide perfect circle of rapidly melting snow behind. The first 15 minutes of the flight passed in absolute silence as complicated thoughts and emotions continued to swirl within Loki. This was the first time he had really fought frost giants since knowing what he was. And, even more, he had just fought frost giants skilled and talented in magic. It was a hard mirror to look into. Some of his thoughts must have shown on his face, or else his long silence had become too much, as his brother finally broke it. "Loki," Thor hesitantly ventured, "what's troubling you?" Loki met Thor's eyes briefly before looking back at the wall. Some small part of him wanted to share his worries and fears, to hear other opinions and perhaps some comforting and reassuring words, but something within him wouldn't let his thoughts come out, somehow trapping them deep within his chest where they thudded painfully with every beat of his heart. So, instead, he settled for sharing the other unpleasant realization that kept doggedly scratching at the back of his mind. "I could have been one of them," he admitted. Comprehension dawned in Thor's eyes, but he didn't say anything as he watched his brother. Loki could tell he wanted to urge him on but was afraid Loki would shut down if he spoke. So he waited. Loki was thankful for that. "If things had been different, if Laufey hadn't abandoned me, I would have grown up on Jotunheim. Once my magical abilities were discovered, I would have eventually been trained by them. I would have become them. I would have become a monster." Loki huffed humorlessly, not meeting anyone's eyes. Some would say I did that anyway, he said, voice soft, strained. Silence reigned inside the jet for a long moment until a voice broke it. Not anyone on this plane. Loki's gaze snapped up to meet Phil's, taken aback by the sincerity there. Loki glanced around at the others, all looking at him and nodding their agreement before his eyes locked with Phil's again, some level of respect and, shockingly, trust passing between them. Thank you, Loki said softly. Thank you, Phil returned. You saved my life back there. Loki gave a single, weighted nod and Phil responded in kind, something between them shifting from wary uncertainty to a tentative flicker of trust, with a dash of camaraderie. The jet fell into silence again, this one less strained, but only just. Next to Loki, Thor shifted slightly before hesitantly speaking. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you. You told us repeatedly that we shouldn't go after them, that we were being foolish, but I brushed it aside, I brushed you aside. We all did, Tony said. We were wrong, and I'm sorry we ignored you. That goes for me too, Clint called back from the pilot's seat. Me too, Natasha agreed from beside him. I think the same goes for all of us, Bruce said, glancing around to see everyone else nodding in complete agreement. Loki shrugged. I'm used to it. He tried to sound nonchalant instead of petty, but the truth was, it had hurt. It had felt too much like the countless times in his youth when Thor and his friends had ignored Loki's concerns and advice as if it didn't matter, as if he didn't matter. And too many of those instances had ended with him paying the price. The fact of the matter was, he was used to it, sadly. But he hadn't expected such treatment from his own friends. And, honestly, he hadn't expected it from Thor, who had changed so much in the last year and a half and had actually taken to treating Loki as an equal. Perhaps the key word in all of this, really was. He was used to it, had been at one time, but now? Not so much anymore. He had thought he'd long since grown beyond being hurt by such things, but apparently, some things never really stopped cutting deeply no matter how well one comes to terms with it. But you shouldn't be, Tony said, sounding angry, although angry at himself, or at those who had made Loki used to it. Loki wasn't sure. Perhaps both, and I promise you, it won't happen again. Don't make promises you can't keep, Loki said, his words accusatory, but his tone simply tired, resigned. How about a promise to try our best to never let it happen again? Steve proposed. Loki smiled softly, still feeling tired and concerned about his magic, but also a bit lighter as some of the tension within him eased. I suppose I can accept that. Thank you, brother, Thor said. Loki shrugged. I of all people know the value of second chances, and I'm not about to withhold such from anyone. Least of all my friends and my brother. An almost audible sigh of relief seemed to whisper through the jet as its rhythmic hum once more became the only sound and the tension all but disappeared, leaving a much more relaxed atmosphere in its wake. Even Loki felt a bit more at ease. Although, some of that could just be the fatigue that seemed to be weighing him down from every direction. He felt tired, but not the sleepy kind of tired. That irritating drained feeling that left him lacking the energy or desire to do more than sit still, and yet his mind was too awake, too alive and fast. Unfortunately, it wasn't the first time he'd felt this way. He knew it all too well. It was how he felt any time he overused his magic. When he was young and still learning, he had often gotten overzealous in his magic practice and reached beyond what he was capable of. It had been many years since he'd managed to overstep his boundaries, but as with most things in his life, when Loki Odinson did something, he didn't do it halfway. On top of the fatigue, he ached. Each movement, even the simple act of breathing, was uncomfortable. His headache pounded relentlessly behind his eyes, and it all only seemed to be getting worse. The discomfort hadn't been too terrible during the walk back to the jet, but now it was becoming more than he could easily ignore. He hoped it was simply because he was sitting still, allowing his muscles to begin to stiffen. He'd nearly had himself convinced of that too. That it was just from his own magic hitting him and slamming him into the ground. That it probably just bruised him and left him stiff and sore. But that idea shattered as he pressed his fingertips to his temples, hoping in vain that the pressure might alleviate some of the thrumming pain in his skull. That was when he felt it. He froze for a heartbeat, hoping it wasn't what he thought. Steeling himself, he swiped shaking fingers under his nose, the appendages coming away red. Fear shot through him. The aches, the fatigue, the pounding headache, and now a bleeding nose. All of those combined was not good. Only 2 other times in his life had his magic caused his nose to bleed, both of which had consisted of him pushing himself to a dangerous degree. The first time it had ever happened, Loki was still a child and was practicing magic that really was too strong and advanced for him, but he'd always been a bit stubborn when it came to his limits. He had foolishly pushed himself to a level he wasn't yet capable of and had lost consciousness. He'd been found by a panicked Thor who'd rushed him to Ire, where Loki hadn't woken for several hours. After he regained consciousness, it took him another 2 days to feel back to full strength again. The whole thing had worried his family, and though he had never admitted it, it had scared him. After that, he'd always been very careful to know his own boundaries and never step beyond them, unless he didn't have a choice. The second time it happened had been such a situation. He'd been older, the Asgardian equivalent of a teenager. It was in the middle of yet another fight Thor had started, only for Loki to have to finish it and save both of their lives. It had come down to Thor's life, and Loki hadn't had any choice but to use his magic to save them both. He'd managed to stay conscious that time, but it had been a near thing. Life force transfer notwithstanding, that was the last time, until today, that he'd pushed himself so far beyond what he was able, not just to the point of fatigue, not just giving all he had, but doing so and then going another step farther, to the point of stretching himself nearly to breaking. And while he was encouraged by the fact that he hadn't lost consciousness, he chose not to consider his brief blackout after his magic hit him as losing consciousness. He was dismayed by how easily he'd reached his limit. It left him feeling almost like an adolescent again, rather than the great warrior who'd felled Thanos and been one of the very few people to ever survive performing a life force transfer. With another swipe of his thumb across his nose, he unobtrusively wiped the fresh blood on his jacket to blend in with the dried blood already there from the healed wound in his side. A quick glance around the jet confirmed that he'd managed to keep anyone from noticing, and he honestly wasn't sure whether he felt relieved or disappointed about that. He wanted someone to know, and yet, he also never wanted anyone to find out. Snow swirled around him, the wind whipping at his clothes and hair, but the cold never touched him. He was alone, moving through the storm, feeling his way with his magic, searching. His enemies were out there somewhere, hidden by the whiteout. He felt the attack coming long before it reached him. He threw up a magical barrier without even thinking about it. The ice spikes that had been aimed at him smashed harmlessly into his magic, feeling like little more than flies bumping into him. He reached out with his magic, sensing his enemies. They felt so small and weak to him. Boundless magic swirled within him, endless and easily accessed. Why had he thought these 6 would be any kind of threat or challenge? They were no match for him. They were nothing. The next attack was no more successful than the one before it, and Loki almost wanted to laugh at how truly pitiful it was. They weren't enemies. They were a nuisance. This wasn't even going to take any effort. A third attack came and Loki had had enough. His magic blasted outward, rolling and heaving in ever-growing waves. It surged through his veins and filled his lungs. He was unstoppable, his power unending, unfathomable. It would never stop, and he didn't want it to. For an eternity, he floated in the power pouring out of him, letting it buffet and consume him. He never made the choice to stop the power, but somehow it did. It didn't run out, but it tapered off and stopped surging from him. It still swirled and flowed within him, but it no longer laid waste to everything around him. As the power settled, his vision cleared and he saw. Destruction was all around him. He couldn't remember where he was supposed to be, but nothing of it was left. The ground was burned and lifeless. No foliage, no life existed any longer. He was standing in a wasteland. He remembered there had been snow, but there was none now. Not far away, there were lumps on the ground. It took him a moment to realize they were bodies. His so-called enemies. Well, no great loss there. Turning away from the bodies, he took a step and nearly tripped over something on the ground. Another body lay at his feet with another 5 nearby, but he'd only had 6 enemies, and their bodies were all behind him. So who? A glint caught his eye. A charred, curved metal disc, half filled with ashes, laid near one of the bodies. He stepped around the body at his feet and picked up the object. He held the disc vertically, allowing the ashes to drift back to the ground, and stared at it. It seemed familiar somehow. Remnants of what might have been a handle or a strap clung, mostly burned, to the concave surface. A shield? That would make sense. But he'd never heard of a frost giant carrying a metal shield. Slowly, He turned it over to the front side, and the shield slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers. Loki nearly stopped breathing. The shield hit the ground with a clang, briefly spinning around with a loud, reverberating clatter, before it grew still and silence reigned again. Loki stared at the face of the shield in horror, the star in the center and the last remnants of red and blue paint, telling an unspeakable story. He slowly turned, not wanting to look but unable to stop himself as his eyes traveled to each of the bodies around him. The one next to the shield. The one with a half-burned stick, a bow fused to its hand. The one with metal bracelets melted into its wrists. The one half encased in charred, red metal. And the last two, one with nothing identifying on or near it, and the other lying next to another glint of metal. As if in a trance, he moved over to it. He fell to his knees and reached out, slowly, hesitantly moving Ash aside, knowing what he would find. His blackened hands hovered over the newly revealed metal, a large, thick square with a handle. It was still intact, still just as unmovable as it had ever been, as it lay just inches from the charred hand of the body that could only be. He blinked and suddenly the bodies around him were no longer burned, no longer unrecognizable. The faces of his friends stared at him, their bodies bloody and ravaged, all of them dead, all of their gazes skewering him accusingly. Steve, Clint, Natasha, Tony, Bruce. Thor, they were dead, at his hand. No, he whispered. He shook his head, as if denying it would make it untrue. No. His eyes dropped back to his hands. They were no longer black with ash, but red with blood. It was all around him, coating the ground, seeping into the knees of his pants. He lurched to his feet, nearly falling as he ran backward, trying desperately to escape the blood of his friends. But it followed him, clinging to his hands and his clothing. He wiped at it, but it only smeared more on him. His breathing turned to rapid, heaving gasps. He reached for his magic to clean his hands and change his clothes, to make it go away, to fix everything, but it was gone. The unending well of power had abandoned him. Desperately, he searched within himself, reaching for power that was no longer there. It was gone. Everything. His friends, his power, the world. He was alone, completely. A blackened hand clamped down on his shoulder. The destroyed face of his brother loomed in front of him. Loki. Terror, in the form of a scream, clawed its way up his throat, choking him. Loki. But no scream emerged as his lungs ceased to function and paralysis gripped him. A second charred hand seized his other shoulder. Loki. He wanted to scream. He wanted to beg for forgiveness. He wanted to run and hide. He wanted to wake up from this nightmare. Loki. The voice was loud, sharp, the hands on his shoulders strong as they shook him. His body jolted, air rushed into his lungs in a gasp, and Loki's eyes flew open. It took far longer than Loki would have liked to realize where he was. Frantically looking around, his foggy brain finally registered the interior of a Quinjet, his friends around him, strapped into their seats and staring at him worriedly. Brother? Loki glanced at Thor on his right, but quickly looked away, unwilling to meet his gaze. I'm fine, he assured him. You just startled me a bit. Somehow, his tone managed to come out calm and convincing even to his own ears, despite it being the exact opposite of how he truly felt. I had trouble waking you, Thor said, his tone worried, and his hand, which Loki was only just now realizing was resting on his shoulder, tightened slightly. I must have been more tired than I realized, Loki said, trying to casually brush it aside. He didn't need nor want any further questions. The more inquiries there were, the closer someone would come to discovering things he didn't want anyone to know. I didn't intend to fall asleep, but I supposed I needed it. You're sure you're all right? I'm fine, brother, Loki said, briefly meeting Thor's eyes and mustering his best, most disarming and diverting smile. He patted Thor's hand where it still had yet to let go of Loki's shoulder. I apologize for worrying you. I'm just glad you're all right, Thor said slowly, reluctantly letting go of Loki's shoulder. Loki did his best to keep a normal, natural expression on his face, one that gave nothing away, but raised no suspensions either. He was acutely aware that the other, so far silent, passengers were still eyeing him with a bit of concern, and that Bruce, especially, seemed to be staring a hole right through him, but Loki carefully avoided meeting anyone's eyes, without actually looking like he was doing so. We're almost back to the helicarrier. That's why I woke you, Thor said. Loki nodded. Starting landing procedures, Clint called from the pilot's seat. sounding as if he hadn't been aware of everything that had just transpired behind him, despite the fact that his hearing was just as good as his eyesight. The next few minutes were spent in tense and awkward silence, as if everyone inside had something they wanted to say but weren't willing to voice. Loki was pretty sure that was exactly what was going on, but was too busy wishing he could just teleport out of the jet and away from the oppressive silence, without making everyone even more concerned and suspicious of him. Instead, he bore the weight of so many unspoken questions and comments with as much nonchalant obliviousness as he could muster, while internally squirming under the, mostly, subtle scrutiny and doing everything he could to not think about the haunting nightmare he'd just had. "I take it didn't go well," Fury stated as the downtrodden and disheveled group filed onto the bridge and somberly took seats around the conference table. Loki didn't even have the energy, much less the desire, to agree with that statement, as he collapsed into a chair and dug his fingers into his eyes as if he could somehow physically push back the headache still pounding behind them. "That's an understatement," Phil said, choosing to remain standing. "What happened?" Fury asked. "What happened was we should have listened to Loki," Phil said. That got Loki's attention. He raised his head and looked at the agent in surprise. "Everything turned out all right," Fury stated, but there seemed to be the slightest tinge of uncertainty underlying his voice. Loki was actually out of it enough to be imagining it. He honestly wouldn't discount the possibility at this point. "You're all still alive and unhurt," Fury continued. "Only because Loki cleaned up our mess," Steve said. "We went after them on their terms, in their territory, completely unprepared, and arrogant enough to think we could take on anything. Loki's the only reason we made it out of there." Loki huffed humorlessly. "History truly does repeat itself." Steve looked at him quizzically. "You just described almost exactly what happened when Thor made his impetuous visit to Jotunheim." "And yet, I still did not learn from my own foolish mistake," Thor said angrily. Loki patted him on the shoulder. "It's not entirely your fault that you're thick-headed and stubborn. You come by it honestly." A tiny grin tugged at Thor's mouth, replacing some of the self-directed anger still lingering in his expression. "However, you and Father both have improved greatly in recent years. There is still hope for you yet," Loki assured, the statement only partially teasing, and far more truthful and serious than either of them probably wanted to admit. "What exactly happened?" Fury demanded, but his tone held less force than it usually did, tempered by genuine curiosity. "We underestimated them," Phil said, "and nearly got ourselves killed. We were able to hold our own for a few minutes, but it wouldn't have lasted. Even I was starting to struggle by the time Loki stepped in. He saved our lives," Steve said. "At his own expense," Tony added. Loki waved dismissively, hoping to move them on to another subject other than his health. "I'm fine." "Yeah, that's why you passed out on the ride home," Tony retorted. "I did not pass out," Loki snapped. "I fell asleep. Something I was completely justified in doing after all the energy I had to expend to pull all of your backsides out of the fire and back into the frying pan. Or I suppose in this case, out of the freezer and back into the refrigerator." Loki didn't fully register how irritable his voice had grown, once again, until not even Tony offered any quip in response to his metaphor. Loki sighed at the crestfallen expressions on his friends' faces and dropped his head into his hand, closing his eyes and trying to mentally escape this whole mess. He couldn't deal with this right now. Not with the fatigue still plaguing him, the nightmares and fears haunting him, and the pounding still threatening to make his head actually explode somehow. All on top of still having 6 rogue frost giants loose on Earth, with no element of surprise, and a wonderful discussion with his father about how they had defied his orders looming on the horizon. Loki actually groaned. "Brother, what's wrong?" Thor asked worriedly. Loki laboriously raised his head from where it had been mercifully propped up on his hand and looked to the ceiling as if for aid from above. "Father's going to kill us when he finds out about this." "Surely, it can't be that bad," Steve suggested. "I appreciate the optimism, Steve, but to borrow one of your Earth metaphors, World War III is about to go down in our household." They all might have thought he was joking, or exaggerating. The saying, "my parents are going to kill me," usually wasn't literal, except for the wince that pinched Thor's face at Loki's description. "I'll tell him it was all my fault. It was my idea. You shouldn't have to take any of his wrath," Thor said. But Loki was already shaking his head. "You may have suggested it, but I gave in and went along. It's just as much my fault, if not more so." I knew better than perhaps any of you, and I didn't put a stop to it, even though I easily could have. No, I deserve to be reprimanded for my own stupidity. Man, that's crap, Clint said. We're the ones who got you in trouble, but you take the rap? Maybe we should go with you to explain? Loki shook his head. As much as I appreciate the offer, it's not necessary, Clint. I have borne the brunt of my father's displeasure, deserved and otherwise, for the majority of my life. I am far beyond well versed in doing so. But it's not right, this time, Thor said. You've been on such good terms with father lately, and if it hadn't been for us, you would have followed his instructions. You shouldn't have to get caught up in yet another fight with him because of our idiocy. You shouldn't have to take the blame for the rest of us. Loki shrugged. That's what friends do, isn't it? Friends also stick up for each other and have each other's backs, and listen to each other's opinions and advice. None of which have we been doing very well today, Bruce said sadly. Friendship is supposed to be a give and take. It's supposed to be more of a partnership, equal, balanced. One side isn't supposed to benefit at the other's expense. Loki shrugged. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps that's what friendship is supposed to be. I wouldn't know, as I've not ever really had any true friends in my life. 6 faces around the table fell, shame and sadness heavy in their expressions. However, I do know a thing or two about family. Slowly, their eyes rose and he met each of their gazes meaningfully. Family is the people you care for, the people you help and support and give your all to, even when they make mistakes, even when they hurt you or anger you. They are the individuals who you give your loyalty and time and energy to, without condition. The ones you help, even if they don't always reciprocate. They're the ones who can heal any wound. Or cut you the deepest. His eyes met Thor's for a long moment. The ones you love. Even when you hate them. Thor swallowed thickly, his eyes bright, but he held his brother's gaze. Loki looked away first, once again briefly meeting each of the Avengers' gazes. Families are messy and imperfect and sometimes very costly, but I've found that, in the end, they're also worth it. Silence reigned on the bridge as Loki's words hung in the air. No one moved or spoke. Even Fury didn't dare make a snide or impatient comment after such a raw, weighty truth. Like it or not, Loki continued after a moment. I have come to view the 5 of you as part of my family, just as much as Thor is. Which means, just as with Thor, I will always do whatever is within my power to have your backs. And I swear to you, Loki, that I have yours, Tony said. No joking, no nicknames, just absolute solemnity. Same here, Steve said gravely. We let you down today, Loki. We weren't good friends to you and we certainly weren't worthy family, but next time will be different. We won't hurt you like that again. Nods and words of agreement echoed around the rest of the table, even Natasha vowing to uphold that promise. Loki hadn't wanted to be so hard on them, but he cared for these people and he believed they cared for him. They had invited him to be one of them, as a teammate and as a friend, and he wanted to be around them, to be part of this makeshift family of outcasts and misfits. But he couldn't go back to being the person who was taken for granted and walked all over. He could not, would not return to being the mascot or errand boy who was handy in a pinch, but not valued or trusted beyond that scope. He'd been that man for most of his life, and now, too much had changed. He had changed too much to ever go back to that. Besides, it was just as well. The more focused they all were on their mistake and his irritation, the less likely they would be to notice other things. Can you forgive us? Clint asked, after a few moments of silence. Loki smiled, a small but truly genuine one. Offering second chances, he looked at Thor, is what family does. An hour later, Loki stood in the center of the helicarrier's bridge, Thor at his side. After the debrief and an unobtrusive amount of time for Loki to rest, he felt ready to transport himself and Thor back to Asgard. More or less. He could get them there. Whether or not he would remain conscious afterward. Well, he was about to find out. It shouldn't take us long to report to Father and return with new instructions, Loki said. Until then, please try not to engage the giants, if at all possible. We'll have Heimdall watching so we'll know if anything comes up. The other Avengers all nodded, their expressions almost grave at Loki's request that they stand down, and he didn't have any doubt that, this time, it would be honored, unless the giants forced them to do otherwise. It wasn't like Loki expected his friends to stand by if innocent lives were in jeopardy, but he did expect them to be smart and not go looking for trouble again. Ready? He asked, Turning to Thor, his brother nodded and gripped Loki's shoulder. Just make sure not to let go, Loki reminded him. He was unsurprised, and yet surprised. Unsurprised that Thor once again let go too soon and got thrown off course. Surprised that his brother managed to also throw him off. Unsurprised to find himself back on Asgard, on the Rainbow Bridge, right outside the Bifrost Dome. Surprised to only find himself there for a moment before he pitched backward, his feet having landed only partially on the edge of the bridge, and fell, flailing uselessly, before hitting the water below with a splash and brief shock of frigid water, even his Jotun heritage not entirely sparing him from the sudden chill of the magical waters that flowed around and beneath the bridge. He surfaced, spluttering slightly, and saw Thor a few feet from him, also treading water. You did that on purpose, Thor protested. Brother, if I did it on purpose, do you really think I would have ended up in the water as well? Thor paused and seemed to consider it a moment. It wasn't intentional? He asked dubiously. No, it wasn't. You let go too soon again and it threw both of us off from where we should have landed, Loki replied honestly, panting a bit and feeling drained. The trip had taken more than it should have out of him and treading water wasn't helping. What was wrong with him? Transporting himself and one other person used to be effortless, but now, it left him low on energy and landing off course. He wouldn't be surprised if his sudden, mysterious weakness was why he had materialized slightly off of where he'd been aiming, when, typically, he remained unaffected by Thor's sometimes wild landings. His nose tickled as water ran out of it. He reached up to rub his finger under his nose and it came away tinged red. Shaking his hand free of as much water as he could, he wiped his palm under his nose. A bit of diluted blood pooled in his hand. His nose was bleeding again. Despair warred with alarm in him, but he pushed both aside to focus on wiping away the blood as quickly as it came, thankful for the water to help disguise it. Thor, who fortunately had not noticed anything amiss, was busy looking up at the Rainbow Bridge high above them, as if trying to figure out how to get back up there. I think I can fly us back up, he suggested. It was the last thing Loki wanted to do, but he very much didn't have the strength to safely use any magic, and treading water was only taking more energy from him. Fine, he sighed. Just get us out and back on dry land. Thor paddled over to him and wrapped an arm around his brother's back. Loki unhappily wrapped his arms around Thor's shoulders, feeling like a damsel in distress and knowing he looked like one too. It was one of the many reasons he hated flying with his brother. That, and it always seemed as if Thor was only barely in control, simply randomly careening around and hoping he didn't fly into anything. It was far from pleasant. Nerve-wracking and stressful would be better terms to describe it, and it didn't help that he always felt like Thor was just one jostle away from dropping him, which had actually happened more than once over the years. So that particular concern was completely founded. He hated it, but even more, he heeded that he didn't have a choice. Mjolnir swung over their heads once, twice, 3 times, and they were shooting out of the water to stumble to a stop on the Rainbow Bridge moments later. There, Thor said, sounding far too pleased with himself, you're welcome. Loki gaped at him incredulously. Yes, brother, thank you for pulling us out of the predicament that you caused in the first place, he said sarcastically. My princes, are you both all right? Heimdall asked, exiting the Bifrost Dome and walking over to them. Yes, Heimdall, quite all right. Soaked to the bone like drowned rats, thanks to a certain someone. Loki speared Thor with a displeased glare, but fine. Thank you for asking. With that, Loki turned and began walking back toward the palace, wishing he had a horse. He was already bone-tired without having to walk the entire length of the Rainbow Bridge. Hearing the rapid footsteps of his brother coming up behind him, Loki quickly wiped his hand under his nose again, glad to see it come away free of blood. Well, that was one problem taken care of, for the moment at least. Catching up to Loki, Thor fell into step next to him. I should probably apologize for landing us in the water. It was sort of my fault, I suppose. Sort of? Loki asked, raising an eyebrow. Thor simply grinned, eliciting a similar, if reluctant, expression from Loki as the younger man shook his head fondly. I must admit, if nothing else, you make life more interesting, brother. Stepping into the palace at last, Loki was greeted with the sight of his mother. Thankfully, his father was nowhere to be seen. He was hoping to put off encountering the king for just a bit longer. Frigga looked them both up and down, her eyebrows rising questioningly. What happened to you two? It's a long story, Thor asked more than stated. No, actually, it's a short one, Loki said. Once upon a time, Thor was an idiot. The end, he said cheerfully. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mother, I'm going to get some dry clothing. Then he turned and began squishing up the hallway. Frigga looked at Thor curiously. Care to explain? I might have accidentally done something he warned me not to while we were transporting, which resulted in our landing being thrown off and both of us falling off the Rainbow Bridge into the water, Thor explained. Frigga was silent for a long moment and Thor would swear that his mother was trying hard not to laugh. However, when she spoke, her voice was nothing but calm and nonchalant. Your brother seems to be taking it rather well. Yes, thankfully, he has been rather forgiving today, Thor said cryptically. Then he too turned and squished up the hall. Frigga watched her older son disappear around the corner and, with a shake of her head, let out a fond laugh. What was she ever going to do with those boys? When Loki entered his father's war room, only steps behind Thor, his eyes immediately locked on to the group of frost giants sitting on the far side of the large table in the center of the room. So, they were going to have this conversation in front of the guests. Wonderful. My sons, Odin greeted as Thor and Loki came to stand next to the table across from the seated giants, with Odin standing at the head. What do you have to report? Loki met Thor's eyes as his brother turned to look at him. Loki edged his head slightly in an almost shrug and Thor took a deep breath before turning back to look at their father. The 6 giants are on Midgard, Thor said. Thanks to Nick Fury's resources, we discovered evidence of a snowstorm where there should be none, and we investigated it with our friends. Inside the storm, we encountered and engaged the giants. You did what? Odin snapped. Whose idea was this? Although he seemed to pose the question to both of them, his gaze shifted to land on Loki accusingly. Loki was a heartbeat away from taking the fall when Thor cut in. It was mine, he declared, drawing their father's full attention once more. Loki looked at his brother, a surprised eyebrow raised, and almost wanted to smile. Although Thor had said on Earth that he would take the blame, saying it and doing it were two very different things. But he had stayed true to his word, and Loki wasn't exactly sure how to react to this new concept. Thor fessing up and taking the blame for his own mistakes. Loki could get used to that. Loki didn't want to. He repeatedly reminded me that our orders were to observe and report, not to engage, but I didn't listen. I wanted to confront them, and I talked our friends into it. We wore Loki down until he agreed, Thor explained. When it went bad, and we were outmatched, it was Loki who saved us from our own stupidity. Odin's face was a mask of growing rage. This was going to be bad. You mean to tell me, his voice was low, dangerous, that even after the last time you heedlessly charged in to fight frost giants, even with your orders, even with your brother trying to act as the voice of reason, you still recklessly forged ahead and picked a fight you could not win? Odin challenged, his voice rising to a booming crescendo. Is this what Asgard has to look forward to in its future king? In conversations such as these, this was typically where Loki intervened on his brother's behalf, and this time was no different. Father, stay out of this, Odin bellowed. Any other time before this, Loki would have backed down, had always backed down in the face of his father's anger. But this time? Not this time. Something within Loki snapped, and his own anger rose up, hot and righteous, as he strode aggressively past Thor to fully face his father. No, he roared. The days of me backing down in the face of your anger are gone. I am not simply your subject, my king, he spat. I am also your son, father, and it is long past time for you to treat me as such. Not just in matters of family, but in those of state as well. Or am I not still a prince of this realm? It was only as his words echoed through the room and faded away, did Loki fully realize what he had just done. For the first time in his life, he had truly stood up to his father, to the point of virtually challenging him, and in a formal setting, in front of non-family, at that. And while he looked confident and unmovable on the outside, internally, he was shaking with terror. Half of him was reeling with the shock of what he'd done, and the other half was screaming at him that he was an idiot. Regardless, he forced himself to continue meeting Odin's gaze, even as he registered the surprised expressions on the frost giants' faces out of the corner of his eye, and the almost palpable shock radiating off of Thor from behind him. Later, he might wish he could have seen the look on his brother's face, but at that moment, It had taken far too long for this thread to break, and he wasn't about to waver or flinch or back down in any way. He wasn't giving in. Not this time. He waited for the outburst, the rage and fire that would likely result in the fragile bridge that had so recently been built between them to be reduced to ash. But when Odin finally did speak, it was in a calm voice, anger firmly in control and all fire receding from his eyes. "You were right, my son." Floored wasn't a big enough word for what Loki felt. He had been expecting a fight. He had been expecting wrath. He didn't know what to do with acquiescence. "I apologize, Loki." Yes, floored was past some time ago. Dumbfounded wasn't any closer. There was not a word in any language Loki knew to describe his current feeling of absolute astonishment. Calm capitulation and an apology? From Odin? All in the same unheated argument? And in front of a delegation of frost giants, including the Jotun king? Loki waited for his brain to explode. "You have a right to be included in matters such as these. I have ignored your opinion in the past, and if I were to continue to do so, I would be making the same mistake your brother did. So, please." He motioned toward Loki and nodded, clearly giving him the floor to speak. It took the younger prince a moment to collect his scattered thoughts enough to even remember what he was supposed to have an opinion on. "Yes, well, thank you," he stammered before clearing his throat and shoving his train of thought back onto its tracks. "What I was going to say was that Thor made a mistake, but he is hardly the first person in history to do so. Ultimately, it is not our mistakes that matter the most, but what we do with them. The sign of a good king is not perfection. It is the ability to learn and make up for the missteps that are inevitably going to happen. I believe Thor has done that. He knows he was foolish, he regrets it, and has owned up to it. I do not believe he will make the same error in judgment again." "This is already the second time he has made this one," Odin argued, but not angrily, just simply making a point. "Yes, which is why I believe he will not do so a third." Loki let his gaze meet Thor's before returning it to his father. "Oftentimes, the lessons that stick with us the best are the ones we regret the most." Odin stared at his youngest son for a long moment as if seeing him for the first time, or somehow sizing him up, before a small smile turned up his mouth. "Well said, my son," the king praised with what was unmistakably pride shining in his eyes. If Loki had known that all it took to make his father proud of him was to stand up to him, he would have done it a long time ago. The clearing of a throat reminded the Asgardians of their guests. "I apologize for subjecting you to our family issue, King Eagle," Odin said. Eagle raised a hand slightly, waving off the apology. He didn't look upset, more understanding and almost amused. "As a son who did not have the privilege of being able to stand up to my father and truly speak my mind, I respect those who can." It hit Loki again. As bad as his relationship with Odin had been at times over the years, through all of their trials and issues, it had still always been infinitely better than anything he would have had with Loki. "Thank you for your indulgence, King Eagle," Odin said politely, pulling Loki out of his thoughts. Loki internally shook himself and quickly sat down across from the frost giants, Thor doing the same next to him. Once they were both settled, Odin lowered himself into his seat at the head of the table. "The remainder of the Torgir is indeed on Midgard and likely is seeking to achieve Loki's original ambitions for that realm. Your first engagement with them did not end well, even with the aid and strength of your human friends," Odin summarized. "What do you propose to do now?" His gaze touched on both Thor and Loki. Loki raised an eyebrow slightly. This was a bit different. He had been expecting his father to issue them new orders, not give them the lead. Although, Loki supposed if Odin continued to make all the decisions for them, neither of them would learn to be the leaders they needed to be once Odin finally handed the throne over to Thor. If they could ever manage to make it through a coronation without being interrupted, if the two of them couldn't handle something like this, then how were they going to rule Asgard together? Loki glanced at Thor. His brother had a considering, thoughtful expression on his face. Loki pulled in a breath to offer up a suggestion, to break the silence and create a starting point for himself and Thor to begin forming a plan. But before he could speak, another voice filled the room. "Might I propose a solution?" Eagle asked. "With your permission, King Odin, I wish to offer my assistance to Prince Loki and Prince Thor in this matter. By your leave, I will accompany them to Midgard." Odin was quiet a moment as he considered the Jotun king, then he turned to his sons. "Loki, what say you, my son? Do you require their assistance?" Odin asked. The reasoning behind Odin asking Loki, specifically, and not Thor, was not lost on the younger son, but he hoped none of the giants thought anything of it. Before Loki could respond, he was once again beaten to it. With all due respect, Eagle spoke up. If the princes and their friends could not handle the Torger the first time, what's to say they will do any better the next? Loki raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. I meant no offense, Prince Loki, Eagle said quickly. It is simply, I have been hunting this group for well over a year. I have taken the rest of their number down. I know them. I know what they're capable of. True, Loki agreed, studying Eagle. However, that doesn't explain such an ardent desire to accompany us to Midgard personally. Eagle glanced away and sighed before looking back to the youngest prince of Asgard. When it comes down to it, they are my people. My subjects. Which makes them, and this entire situation, my responsibility. I will not sit by and force others to clean up my mess. Your father's mess, Loki said softly, unable to help himself. This truly wasn't Eagle's fault. It was Laufey's, and yet, as easy as it would be for Eagle to pass the blame on to anyone he wished, instead, he was willingly taking the sins of his father upon himself and doing everything in his power to right as many of Laufey's wrongs as possible. It wasn't the kind of inheritance a son deserved. And it shouldn't have even fallen to Eagle. Loki was the eldest son. It should have been him carrying that burden, but fate had other ideas. Eagle's eyes bored into Loki's. The younger Asgardian met and held the gaze unflinchingly. My father's mess, Eagle agreed with a solemn nod, but if I don't take responsibility for what he left behind, then who will? Loki held his biological brother's eyes for another long moment in the silence that pervaded the room. Then he turned to his father. They should come with us. Odin and Loki shared a long look before the king nodded, as you wish. Loki nodded in thanks before turning back to Eagle, who looked somewhat surprised by the turn of events. Loki was willing to bet the giant king hadn't been expecting Loki to agree with him. At least, not quite so easily. Is there anything you need to do to prepare? Loki asked. If possible, I would like to bring more of my guard with me. They have as much experience with this group as I do. How many more? Loki asked. There are 8 more in my royal guard, Eagle said, but Loki noticed he didn't request or demand to bring that number. The more time Loki spent around Eagle, the more he was growing to like the king of Jotunheim. 4. Total, Loki said. His respect for Eagle may have been growing, but his trust was still an unsure thing. Eagle nodded without protest. If your gatekeeper will send me back to Jotunheim, I will retrieve the other 2 I wish to bring. Loki nodded thoughtfully. Retrieve them, then the 5 of you wait at the Bifrost. For what? Eagle asked. For permission, Loki responded. Eagle furrowed his brow in confusion. I thought we already had it. You have Asgard's permission, but Asgard is not where we are going, Loki returned. Understanding cleared the confusion on Eagle's face. You are going to request the Midgardians' permission for our presence. It is their planet, after all, and they are the ones being attacked by rogue Jotuns, Loki pointed out. Besides, I doubt they will have an issue with it, especially if Thor and I vouch for you, but it would be best if we gave them forewarning. We don't need them attacking all of you, thinking you're the enemy, simply because they didn't know you were coming. That is wise forethought, my son, Odin said. Thank you, father, Loki replied with a small, almost shy smile before growing serious again as he turned back to Eagle. Thor and I will go ahead and let our friends know the plan. Heimdall will wait for our signal, then send the 5 of you through to meet us. Eagle nodded sharply, his eyes glinting with a fiery excitement, agreed. Loki returned the gesture, but his nod was slow and his voice solemn, waited, agreed. Bruce Banner wound his way through the helicarrier's corridors until he arrived at the main lab. Inside, Tony was tinkering with something while Steve stood by and chatted with him, while also surreptitiously making sure his father didn't blow anything up, intentionally or not. Hey, Big Green, Tony called cheerfully as he caught sight of his fellow scientist. Hey, Bruce returned with a small wave. You need something or were you just coming to hang out? Tony asked. Actually. Bruce trailed off. Oh, I know that tone and the nervous shuffle of those feet. Something's bothering you, Tony said. Bruce blinked, taken aback. What? You're not that hard to read, buddy, Tony said. Bruce looked at Steve. Sorry, Bruce, but he's right. You have a lot of tells and anyone who spends enough time with you can pick up on them pretty quick. Bruce huffed a soft chuckle, and here I thought I wasn't that transparent. Steve shrugged. You're supposed to be transparent to those closest to you. Family, friends. They're the ones who should be able to read you, even when you don't want them to. Bruce somehow found that to be simultaneously reassuring and worrying. Anyway, what was it you wanted to talk about? Tony asked, setting aside his current, keep my hands busy, project. It's about Loki, Bruce said. Ah, Tony said as he wiped his hands on a grease rag. I somehow thought it might have something to do with that. Did something seem off about him to either of you? Bruce asked. You mean, in addition to him being ticked at us? Tony asked. Well, sort of. That's part of it, I guess. It's just. Bruce sighed and gave up trying to find a better way to phrase it. This isn't going to make much sense, but it was like he was too angry. Too angry? Tony asked, but his expression seemed more knowing than dubious. This is Loki we're talking about, Bruce explained. We may not have known him for very long at this point, but I know him well enough, and know enough about him, to realize that was out of character. I'm not saying he didn't have a right to be genuinely upset about it all, but the real Loki, you know, the one not mind-controlled by an evil madman, is not the type to get angry about being the victim of something like being ignored. At least, not to the point of actually lecturing people about it. This is the guy who spent most of his life being put down and thought less of by his brother's friends, and most of his people, and he always just took it. I know he has more self-confidence and self-worth now, but personality traits that are that ingrained in you don't change in just a few months. I think I know what you're getting at, Steve said. During the briefing, it was almost like. He waved his hands helplessly. Like, by getting mad at us and lecturing us, he was trying to hide something. It came out sounding more like a question than a statement. Like he was trying to distract us so we wouldn't notice something else, Bruce agreed. Exactly, Steve said. Deflection, Tony said. In the right hands, it's practically an art form. Speaking from personal experience? Steve asked. Tony shrugged. I've never kept that a secret. Deflection is my default. I'm aware of it, and I own up to it. It's an ingrained act of self-preservation, not something I can fully help, but I'm working on it. But I'm not who we're talking about here, he waved them off. One thing about deflection, the better you are at it, the easier it is to see in others. Which is how I know there's something more going on with Loki than just us not listening to him. I mean, we hashed that all out on the way back. He seemed perfectly fine with everything after that, right up until we started pointing out, and alluding to the fact that he wasn't 100%. Did you notice that? The moment I mentioned he passed out on the jet, he got defensive and snippy again, and instantly circled back to how we'd ignored him and he'd had to save us. Steve nodded. There was definitely something else underneath what he was actually saying, likely completely unrelated to his rant, he said adamantly. And the guilt trip? A little fireworks show to cover up the real problem, Tony added. And whatever it is, wasn't there before the fight. Think it might have to do with what he said on the ride home? Steve asked. The part about how he might have turned out like them if he'd been raised with his people. I think that might be part of it, Bruce agreed. But, for some reason, I also feel like there's something else there too. Something more. You're right, Steve agreed. If it was just that, he wouldn't have been trying so hard to hide whatever it is. Thinking about it now, the whole conversation during the briefing was like watching a magician keep our focus over here, while the important stuff was happening over there. And the whole fight with the frost giants was off too, Tony added. Think about it. We all saw him fight Thanos, and those frost giants may have been formidable, but even combined, they weren't on that level. And yet, it seemed to take everything Loki had just to bluff them into leaving, Bruce mused. And what was up with him on the jet? Tony put in. He fell asleep like he was completely exhausted, which, even with that rebound thing and the cut he got, makes zero sense. This is the guy who defeated one of the universe's biggest bads, who no one else could even touch, then gave over half his life energy to save his dad. A guy that powerful doesn't take cat naps after a little boo-boo from an altercation with some bullies. And I'm telling you right now, if he didn't wake up from a nightmare, I'll eat my left shoe. And I'll eat the right, Steve agreed. Maybe that's it, Bruce said. Okay, I wasn't serious about the shoe, Tony said. Bruce rolled his eyes. Not that. You just said it. He fought Thanos, then did the life force transfer, which we know is dangerous and has hardly ever even been done before in the history of Asgard, and survived even fewer times. Even Ire and Frigga admitted they don't know a whole lot about life force transfers. No one does. What if there are lasting effects? Like what? Steve asked. Well, think about it, Bruce said. Like Tony said, he gave over half of the energy that keeps him alive to his father. What if that's something that doesn't just grow back? You think maybe whatever Loki gave up to save Odin is just gone now? Tony asked. I don't know, Bruce said. But it is possible, Steve said. And it would explain why he suddenly seems so much weaker. Or it could just as easily be that he hasn't completely returned to full strength after everything, Tony said. It's not like we know the average recovery time for something like that either. True, Bruce agreed. Honestly, I hope it's the latter rather than the former. It might not even be either one, Steve said. This is all just speculation. And clearly, Loki isn't in a sharing mood, Tony said. Just take it from someone who is excellent at holding people at arm's length and keeping secrets from the world. He was absolutely hiding something. Whether he, himself, even knows what's going on with him, I think he, at least, knows something is off, and he's not telling anyone. And whatever it is, it's causing nightmares, Bruce added. They've got to be related. And Thor definitely doesn't know, Tony said. It would have been obvious if he did. And if he's not even telling Thor. Steve trailed off. But old habits do die hard. Maybe that's why he's playing this close to the vest, out of habit. Maybe it's not really that big of a deal. We're probably just blowing a minor thing way out of proportion. Yeah, Tony said with a nod. Maybe, Bruce agreed. But none of them found themselves really believing it. Loki and Thor arrived on the bridge of the helicarrier for the second time that day. Thankfully, this time a chorus of guns being aired didn't immediately follow. A few startled curses did. But Loki would take what he could get. And miracle of all miracles, Thor actually landed at his side for once. Would it kill you to give a little advanced warning before you just show up out of thin air? Fury griped at him. Probably, Loki said cheekily. Fury scowled, which meant Loki was performing his self-appointed role as irritant perfectly. Tony would be proud. Speaking of, hey, one-eyed Nicky, a familiar voice called out as the bridge doors slid open. Where's the hay? You guys are back, and still alive. So, I assume the report went well. More or less, Loki agreed. We've returned with somewhat of a plan and an offer of backup. Backup? What kind of backup? Fury asked suspiciously. Well, more suspiciously than usual. The kind that can greatly help us, but which you are likely not going to be happy about, Loki answered. Fury sighed deeply. Do I even want to know? Probably not, Loki snarked back. So the king of the frost giants and 4 of his royal guards are coming here? Steve asked, once all of the Avengers had been assembled and told the news. That's the plan, Loki said. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s permission, of course, he added as an afterthought. You really think these guys are on our side? Steve asked seriously. I would never have agreed to their stepping foot on your world if I didn't, Loki vowed solemnly. All right, Steve said with a nod. Let's do it. Hold on, Fury interrupted. I haven't approved this yet. What's to approve? Tony asked. If Loki says they can be trusted, then it's good enough for all of us. The rest of the team nodded their agreement. If Earth's mightiest heroes are for it, then S.H.I.E.L.D. backs you up. Right, sir? Phil stated more than asked. If this goes south, it's on all of you, Fury said as he turned and walked away. For anyone who doesn't know, that's Fury speak for, sure. Go ahead, Phil said. So, what now? You guys have to go back and get them or what? Clint asked. By now, they should be standing by. Once we give the signal, Heimdall will send them via Bifrost, Loki explained. Then let's get to it, Tony said with a clap of his hands. What's the signal? Actually, Loki said, although I haven't known Director Fury for long, I get the feeling that he wouldn't appreciate a giant Asgardian sigil being burned into the deck of his helicarrier. So, they will be landing in New Mexico. What is it with you guys and New Mexico? Phil cried in exasperation. A large, open desert area with little to no population to see, or be harmed by, a powerful beam of light and energy that teleports a person from another planet onto yours. How is that not self-explanatory? Loki returned. You know, Phil mused, when you explain it like that. Anyway, Loki said in amusement. Unless you want 5 more frost giants walking around Earth unaided and unsupervised, I suggest we hold off on the signal until we can go meet them personally. That's a really good idea, Bruce said with an energetic nod. I like that idea. I'll stay here. Loki chuckled. Thor and I will go. The rest of you can stay here if you wish. Just provide us a Quinjet and someone to pilot it. We'll go pick them up and bring them here to formulate a plan. Why are we bringing them back here? Clint asked. They're landing in New Mexico, exactly where the others are. Why not just go after them without the extra trip? 2 reasons, Loki said. 1, we don't actually know they're there anymore. They could have moved somewhere else. There's no point in wandering around out in the desert until we actually know where they are. 2, once we do have their location, we are going to plan out our strategy and think this through, rather than going in guns blazing without a moment's thought again. Yep, fair point, Clint said. Well, if you think we're all going to make you guys go pick up the king and his men alone, you've lost your minds, Steve said, surreptitiously meeting his father's eyes. Besides, I really want to see the Bifrost in action again. And I just made some upgrades to my suit. A quick flight to New Mexico would be a great way to test them out. And I'm flying the plane. Clint's eagle eyes glanced between the two, but didn't call anyone's attention to it as he piped up. You're going to need a co-pilot, Natasha added, following Clint's lead. We can't all go, Loki protested. We're going to have a fine enough time fitting 5 frost giants into a Quinjet without filling said jet with our own people first. Good point, Tony easily agreed, so you stay here. What? That way, it's only me and Thor riding along, while Dad flies outside, and Clint and Nat pilot, Steve added, sharing another quick, knowing glance with his father. I can't stay behind, Loki sputtered. I'm the one who's been dealing with them. And I haven't? Thor asked. He wasn't sure exactly what his friends were up to, but he caught the glance between Steve and Tony and knew there was something more here. Whatever the reason they were trying to keep Loki on board the carrier, he trusted them enough to go along with it. I didn't say that, Loki said. Good, Thor replied. Then I can take care of this myself. If I'm going to be king, I can't let you keep doing these things for me. Loki opened his mouth to protest when Bruce jumped in, and this will give you a chance to help me with something. Loki blinked, his thoughts derailed as he looked at the scientist. With what? I'm trying to understand our enemies better. I'm hoping by studying a frost giant, I can begin to understand how we can fight them better, maybe even figure out how their powers work and find some way of combating them. But at the moment, I only have access to 1 frost giant. Loki looked at him dubiously. When you say study, I'm going to dissect you, Bruce deadpanned. What do you think? Fair point. I apologize, Loki said. Look, Bruce said, nothing may come of it, but if it can help at all. And we're kind of pressed for time. The longer they're out there, the more damage they can do. So, the way I see it, is either you can go on an Aruba ride to pick up some buddies, which literally anyone else on this team can do, or you can stay here and help me, which is something only you can do. I suppose? Loki said hesitantly. Great, then it's settled, Steve said, clapping Loki on the shoulder as he and the others filed out of the room, leaving only Loki and Bruce behind. What just happened? Loki asked. You know, I have a feeling this is how most people feel after talking to you, Bruce said with a grin as he headed for the door himself. Congratulations, buddy, you've just been Loki'd. Wait, is that a real term? Loki asked, following after the scientist. So, why did we leave Loki behind? Don't think we didn't notice those looks you two kept sending each other and Bruce, Clint said as he piloted the Quinjet high above the clouds. Besides that, you guys jumped on Loki's not enough room theory way too easily. Giants or not, all we had to do was take one of the bigger jets to fit everybody easily, Natasha added. Bruce, Steve, and I have been talking, Tony said through the comms as he flew alongside the Quinjet. We feel like something's off with Loki. We think something may be wrong that he's not telling anyone. I thought maybe if he stayed behind, Bruce could get something out of him. That's what I was thinking too, Steve agreed. So, you guys noticed that too, Natasha said. Thor? Steve asked, taking note of how quiet the usually exuberant Asgardian was. I, too, have been concerned about my brother, Thor admitted. I had hoped I was imagining it, but now I cannot deny that he is hiding something from me. He sighed, looking sad. I thought we were past such things. I don't think Loki is keeping whatever it is from you out of spite or a desire to lie, Steve said. I think, maybe he just doesn't want to burden anyone, or, Thor asked. Steve sighed, or maybe he's afraid to share it. Afraid he'll be viewed as weak or lacking if he allows us to see his vulnerabilities, Thor translated all too easily. When is he going to be able to trust me enough to know I won't do that? Not anymore. I don't think you can frame it that way, Sparky, Tony said gently. I don't think he kept it from you because he couldn't trust you. Why else would he not confide in me? Thor asked. A multitude of reasons. Take it from me, oftentimes, it's a lot easier to keep a secret than share one. If Loki is anything like me, which unfortunately he seems to be, then he's one of those people that, if he doesn't tell anyone the truth, if he doesn't say it out loud, then it doesn't become real. He can ignore it, pretend it doesn't exist. But the moment he shares it, it's out there. It's real, and he can't convince himself it isn't and hope it just goes away. Tony's sigh was clear through the connection. Believe me, Thor, this isn't about you. It's about him. Perhaps, Thor hesitantly agreed, but that doesn't change the fact that he's hiding something, and it's clearly affecting him negatively. That's why we left him with Bruce. If someone can just get him to open up, or even let something slip, maybe whatever is going on can start to resolve, Steve said. And if this doesn't work, then we knock him out, tie him up, and force him to spill, Natasha said. You aren't suggesting harming my brother, Thor said, his voice hard. It wasn't a question. Well, I was thinking of locking him in a room with a heavily caffeinated Tony, Natasha replied. If you consider that harm. Steve snorted. You know, that's probably not a bad plan B. If there's anyone who can cajole, trick, manipulate, or outright wear down information from someone, it's my father. I never could keep anything from him as a kid. If I had a secret or a problem, he always got it out of me. If Bruce can't get through, I'm betting Dad can. I'm not sure whether to be complimented or offended, Tony said, trying to divert the conversation to distract a certain worried big brother. Maybe a little of both, Clint suggested, quickly catching on to Tony's true intention, something that had become almost frighteningly common with the members of this team, as of late. When had they all started to be able to read each other so easily? Steve chuckled. I meant it as a compliment, although. Let's just stick with compliment, I'm good with that. Yeah, poor Tony's ego is already almost wasted to nothing. We'd better not do anything to hurt it more, Natasha tossed out. So, where exactly is this meeting place we're headed to? Clint interrupted as the Quinjet crossed into New Mexico airspace. Anywhere out in the desert where no one can accidentally be vaporized by the Bifrost beam, Thor said. Wait. So, if we just need a secluded place, why did we go all the way to New Mexico? Steve added. Thor shrugged and grinned. Nostalgia. And, Loki might have been messing with Agent Coulson just a bit, he admitted. Steve huffed a laugh and shook his head fondly. Hey, it's not nice to mess with Agent. Only I get to do that, Tony griped good-naturedly. Seriously, though, you were making that part about the Bifrost up, right? It doesn't vaporize people, right? Usually. But even the most advanced technologies can go awry occasionally, Thor said. That's it. I'm only riding the Loki Express from now on. You're messing with him, aren't you? Steve whispered. Thor's cat that ate the canary grin was all the answer he needed. Tony, for his part, was a bit confused as to why there was suddenly laughter coming over all of the comms. Is that all you needed from me? Loki asked as he rolled his sleeve back down while Bruce labeled the vial containing Loki's blood. I'd also like to take some full body scans to get a picture of your physiology. And, again, how did you say this was going to help? Loki asked, piercing Bruce with a shrewd gaze. Bruce shifted slightly. The moment Steve and Tony had met his eyes on the bridge, he'd known what they were getting at. And he hadn't been outright lying. He had been wanting to study frost giant DNA and physiology. He just might have exaggerated the urgency of that need. Bruce racked his brain to find a convincing response, before mentally throwing his hands up in defeat. He sighed, shoulders sagging. I'm not going to insult your intelligence. We both know there's an ulterior motive here. It was a bit hard to miss the glacés being thrown about on the bridge. You aren't the most subtle people at times. We're just worried about you, Bruce admitted. Worried? Loki asked, trying to sound innocent, but there was a slight strain to his voice and a sudden tension in his posture. Cut the act, Loki, Bruce confronted, pulling his glasses off and tossing them on the lab table. The weakness and exhaustion, the obvious nightmare, the guilt trip lecture earlier about trust and family that was a clear deflection from something else. It doesn't take a genius to figure it out, and you just so happen to be friends with more than one of those. Loki's jaw tensed, his body unnaturally still, as his eyes dropped from Bruce's. You need to stop feeling like you have to hide everything from those you care about, Bruce said gently. And perhaps you should stop projecting your own issues onto others, Loki snapped. And there it was. Lashing out when he felt cornered. Loki surged to his feet, spun around, and strode from the room. And there was the flight after the fight. It really was amazing how well Bruce had gotten to know Loki in such a short time, to the point that none of Loki's behavior had caught the scientist off guard. It both surprised him, and yet somehow, didn't. He understood it, on more levels than he really wanted to admit. Now for the next step. Bruce slowly counted to 10, giving Loki enough of a head start to let him cool off and think, without giving him the chance to get away and fully disappear. The moment the words left his mouth, Loki wanted to take them back, but if he did. He didn't pause or look back as he made his way through the hallways. He didn't want to know if Bruce's expression had been one of hurt as he imagined it probably was. He hadn't meant to be harsh or mean, but it was so easy to default to defensiveness, which, all too often, tended to take the form of hurtful, wounding barbs. He hated himself for it, but such a large part of him was afraid. Afraid of anyone else finding out the truth. Because then it would be real. If no one knew there was something wrong with him, if no one knew he was weak now, maybe he could pretend that he wasn't. Maybe he could even convince himself. Loki's stride slowed, and he stopped in an empty hallway. He turned and leaned against the nearby wall and sighed, in deep, painful resignation, as he slid slowly down to sit on the floor. He let his head thunk back against the wall and stared blindly up at the ceiling. The last time something had been wrong with him, he had decided to hide it for fear of being viewed as weak or defective. But that decision had led to so much pain for so many people. If he would have simply told someone about passing out in his room on that fateful day over a year ago, perhaps someone would have discovered the influence on his mind, and things would have been different. So much pain and suffering and death could have been avoided. If he had just asked for help. Loki didn't turn at the sound of approaching feet, continuing to stare at the ceiling, even as someone else wordlessly slid down to sit beside him. He didn't have to look, he already knew who it was. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know," Bruce replied. They lapsed into silence again. Bruce didn't ask any questions, didn't push, and somehow, it made Loki feel even worse about his treatment toward the other man. "I don't know what's wrong with me," Loki confessed. "Not really, but something isn't right." He sighed and dropped his head forward to rest on his bent knee. "Why don't you tell me what you do know?" Bruce said. Loki raised his head in apologetic, guilt-ridden green eyes met warm, understanding, and somehow forgiving brown. It was almost too much for Loki to handle at the moment. So, he looked away, but began speaking nonetheless. He told Bruce everything, from his nightmares, to his sudden weakness on the battlefield and lack of energy for his magic. He even confessed about the nosebleeds and the serious warning sign they had always been for him in the past. Bruce didn't speak for several long moments after Loki finished speaking. "It's concerning," Bruce finally admitted, "but we don't know that it's some permanent debilitation." "But what if it is?" Loki asked. "And what if the helicarrier suddenly falls out of the sky?" Bruce shot back. Loki met Bruce's eyes, an eyebrow raised. "I'm going to teach you another one of our Earth sayings. Don't borrow trouble. Let's not go saying goodbye to your powers until we know for sure they're really gone forever." "It's been 3 months, Bruce," Loki sighed. "Yeah, 3 months after doing a life force transfer and nearly dying. It is entirely possible that it takes longer than that to fully recover from something so huge. For crying out loud, Loki, you did something very few people ever have, and even fewer have survived. You're allowed to have a shortcoming or two." "But what if it's permanent?" Loki asked again. "Magic is part of who I am. I've spent my whole life honing it and building my entire fighting style around it. If I'm being honest, I also built most of my life around it. Take that away, and what am I?" He met Bruce's eyes, his own pleading and full of raw emotion. Bruce met the gaze with calm serenity and absolute certainty as he responded. You are Loki, son of Odin and Frigga, brother of Thor, prince of Asgard, avenger, descendant of Jotunheim, child of two worlds, savior of Asgard and Earth and the entire universe really. You are a friend, a son, a brother, a leader, and a wise, caring, smart, creative person who has been through so much, but come out all the stronger for it. That's who you are, and magic has nothing to do with any of it. Bruce's eyes burned with the intensity of his belief in those words. They trapped Loki, making it impossible for him to look away or deny what the scientist was saying. If this ends up being forever, life will still go on. You will figure it out and find a new normal, a new reality. You will adjust, like you have to every other curveball life has thrown at you. And guess what? You'll have every last one of your friends and family right there with you while you do. Whether you like it or not, Bruce finished with a grin. Loki couldn't help himself. He grinned back and felt some of the weight that had been crushing him lift, until he felt like he could breathe again. He swallowed thickly and nodded, his suddenly bright eyes dropping to look at the floor almost shyly. Thank you, he said softly. I know you're new to the whole friend thing, but that's what we're here for. Bruce said as he gave Loki's shoulder a comforting squeeze. Just do me a favor. Please stop running away. Loki furrowed his brow. You are one of the bravest people I've seen when it comes to a fight. On a battlefield, you don't shy away from anything. But every time things get difficult or awkward where other people are concerned, you pull back, whether mentally, emotionally, or physically. As soon as interpersonal relationships start to get hard or scary, you run. Just like you did half an hour ago when you bolted from the lab. Loki really wanted to deny it, but Bruce was right. It was yet another way Loki subconsciously protected himself, another form of deflecting and hiding. So tell me, how can someone who doesn't so much as flinch in the face of any physical threat, who can stare down the likes of Thanos and not blink, still manage to get so freaked out by the very idea of letting other people get too close? Bruce asked with a slight grin. Loki huffed a laugh. When I figure that out, I'll let you know. Bruce chuckled, but then sobered. Just try to remember, we're here for you. We're your friends and you're not going to chase us away. So stop worrying that we're going to turn our backs on you the moment you say or do the wrong thing. That's not how this works. Loki nodded. I'll try. Good, Bruce said with a glad smile as he bumped his shoulder against Loki's. And hey, you've gotten everything off your chest now. The hardest part's over. Loki groaned softly and sighed. No, the hard part is still to come. Now, I have to figure out how to tell my brother. Which one? Bruce asked with a smirk. That's really not funny, Loki said, his tone serious, but his eyes twinkling. Sorry, Bruce said, but his not quite suppressed laugh said he was anything but. If Loki's losing battle to hold back his own amused grin was any indication, Bruce was forgiven regardless. Heimdall. Thor called as he and the others stood together in the middle of the desert, a few yards from their Quinjet. We're ready. Send them down. For a long moment, nothing happened. You sure he can hear you? Tony asked. I mean, you have a great set of pipes on you, buddy, but Asgard is a little farther than just the next town over. The sudden, blinding flash of rainbow-colored light searing into the ground, and all of their corneas, answered for the thunderer. I think he heard me, Thor snarked. You have either been spending way too much time around Loki or Tony, Natasha said. Or both, Clint added. The lights from the Bifrost faded, leaving behind an intricate circle burned into the ground with 5 frost giants standing in the middle of it. There was one frost giant standing in the center, flanked by the other 4. He was more lithe than the rest, almost looking out of place by comparison. The giant stepped forward, the other 4 following in his wake. Prince Thor, the leader said with a nod of respect. King Eagle, Thor returned. These are some of my teammates, Steve, Clint, Natasha, and Tony, he said, motioning to each in turn. Eagle nodded respectfully to each one of them before turning back to Thor. I don't see Prince Loki. Is all well? Yes, he's assisting our other teammate with something back on the helicarrier, Thor replied. Eagle furrowed his brow in confusion. Our base of operations, Steve explained, clearing the confusion from Eagle's face. We are going to meet them there to plan our next step, Thor added. We will follow your lead, Prince Thor, Eagle agreed. Thank you, King Eagle, Thor said with an appreciative nod. Okay. Tony interjected, as usual. If we're all done with the stiff formalities, how about we hit the road? 1 Asgardian and 3 human eye rolls followed the comment. This way. Thor motioned to the giants, and the two groups moved toward the Quinjet. This is some form of transport? Eagle asked as he and his men looked over the craft. It's called a Quinjet, Clint said. It's a machine that can fly through the air. It flies? Eagle asked in surprise. And we ride on it? Holding back a grin, Clint signaled the jet and the back hatch began to open, not on it, in it. As soon as the ramp touched the ground, Clint and Natasha strode into the jet, Steve and Thor a few steps behind. Eagle glanced at his men before slowly following the 4 Avengers into the Quinjet. Ducking slightly to slip inside, he and his men looked around curiously at the large hold, just big enough to accommodate them standing to their full heights. As Clint and Natasha began the pre-flight sequence, Steve and Thor took the seats closest to the pit, facing each other. Your friend isn't coming? Eagle asked, motioning over his shoulder toward the exit. He has his own ride, Steve said with a smirk. The sound of repulsors firing drew the attention of the giants, and they glanced outside just in time to see Tony's helmet slide into place as he lifted off the ground, moments before the jet's ramp locked into place and the Quinjet's engines powered up. I see, Eagle said, a note of curious amazement in his voice. Do all humans have such devices? Not exactly, Thor said with a laugh. Tony created the armor he wears, himself. Eagle's brow rose in impressed surprise. He created it. Amazing. I was not aware humans had progressed so much. Yeah, we've come a long way since the Viking days, Steve said. But he's a bit more advanced even than most of humanity. He also helped invent and design the Quinjets. Might want to take a seat back there, Clint called. We're taking off. Ignoring the far too small seats, the 5 giants lowered themselves to the floor of the jet just as it lifted off, its engines thrumming powerfully. Your friend created this craft? Eagle asked Steve. Steve nodded proudly. He's my father, actually. Oh, I apologize, Eagle said, but Steve waved him off with a friendly smile. Steve found it almost amusing in a way. It wasn't as if Eagle was supposed to know that someone he met moments ago was Steve's father, and yet, the Jotun King had still felt the need to apologize as if he'd somehow been offensive. It was nice to see that he was so polite and considerate. Not something one usually expects from a king, and definitely not the vibe Steve had gotten where Loki was concerned. Maybe Loki was right to give Eagle the benefit of the doubt. There might just be hope for this guy after all. And yes, he invented and designed this, and all the others like it, Steve said. Is this a good thing? Eagle asked, glancing around the craft when it dipped slightly as it began to move forward. I mean no offense, of course, he amended. Steve laughed. Considering how often initial prototypes of his father's projects tended to turn out less than perfect, it was actually a valid question. Yes, my father is an excellent inventor, and Clint and Natasha are great pilots. No need to worry. Eagle nodded but looked only slightly reassured. Steve couldn't blame him. The guy had never flown before. Probably had never even heard of such a thing as a plane until 5 minutes earlier. He had a right to be uneasy. As did his men, who all looked about as tense and on edge as their king did, despite doing their best to hide it. It simply doesn't do for warriors to appear afraid of a simple machine. Regardless of whether or not that machine can send them plummeting to a fiery death at any moment. Steve shook his head at himself. He had definitely been spending too much time with his father, especially if his own internal voice was starting to sound more and more like said father. How long will this journey last? Eagle asked, still looking a bit tense. It's going to be about an hour, Steve said. An hour? Eagle asked. Right. Steve mentally kicked himself. Of course they wouldn't know what an hour was. They were from another planet. They probably measured time in a completely different way, if they even kept track of time at all. Being around Thor and Loki with their knowledge of Earth had spoiled them all. The Asgardians were like humans in so many ways, that it was sometimes easy to forget that they were technically aliens. Which begged the question, how did all these alien species seem to be able to speak English? Steve shook his head. That was a question for another time, and one he was pretty sure his father was going to find intriguing. But in the meantime, he had a Jotun King waiting expectantly for an explanation. Steve thought for a moment. An hour is a measurement of time that we use on Earth. It's... How was he supposed to explain what an hour was to someone from another planet? It's going to be a little while, he said instead. So, not a short journey. Afraid not. Using all of his superhuman strength, Steve managed to keep a straight face at the disheartened expressions that involuntarily stole across the giant's features. Barely. Have you considered the problems you're having with your magic could be caused by something else? Bruce asked. They were back in the lab as Bruce began running tests on Loki's blood, while the dark-haired prince sat nearby, watching him curiously. Like what? Loki asked. Like something more psychological than physical, Bruce hesitantly suggested. I've accepted my frost giant heritage, Loki instantly shot back. Well, that wasn't telling at all. That's actually not what I meant, but since you brought it up, your almost eager willingness to hide from our arriving guests would suggest otherwise. What are you talking about? Loki asked, but Bruce wasn't buying it. He'd spent enough time around Tony by now to recognize bull when he heard it. Come on, Loki. We both know you didn't buy that nonsense on the bridge for even a second. You knew we were making that stuff up, but you still gave in. Easily. Loki didn't confirm it, but he also didn't meet Bruce's eyes. Ever since you showed up today, every time you or anyone mentions them you get all tense and on edge. So what? Is it the fact that they're frost giants or that one of them is your brother? I have only one brother, Loki snapped, but Bruce cut him off. You do know that acknowledging that you two are biologically related with the genetic makeup of siblings doesn't suddenly make Thor not your brother, right? Bruce asked sarcastically. Why do you do that? The moment he's even mentioned you get defensive and offended. I mean, I get why you do it with Loki. That guy was a cruel, barbaric monster, but you don't even know anything about Eagle. He's Loki's son, Loki argued. Well, not to be mean, but technically so are you. And if you're anything to go by, just because someone is descended from a person, doesn't mean they have to be anything like them. And yet, you've already made up your mind about Eagle, that you want nothing to do with him, that he's not worth your time, and that the sooner we wrap this whole thing up, the sooner he can go back to Jotunheim and you never have to see or think about him again. Tell me I'm wrong. Loki didn't, he couldn't. He gritted his teeth and looked away. You don't have to instantly like or trust the guy, but from what you've told us, he doesn't sound like a horrible person. Maybe reserve your judgment until you actually know what he's like, instead of just taking one look at his skin and pedigree and writing him off. Loki winced. It was a low blow, and part of Bruce regretted it, but sometimes the only way through Loki's thick skull was with an especially hard hit. Bruce sighed. I know, probably better than anyone, how hard it can be to reconcile two sides of yourself, but if you don't, it will tear you apart. I have to Asgard, Bruce interrupted. You've accepted yourself where Asgard is concerned. But what about to Jotunheim? You're hiding from these Jotuns as much as you used to hide from Asgardians. I know you've had to put up walls and wear masks to protect yourself for most of your life, and being yourself isn't the most natural thing for you, but Asgardian isn't all you are. You finally figured out that part of you, but now you owe it to yourself to explore your true heritage too. To find out more about who and where you came from. Maybe even discover other Jotun. He stopped himself just before saying, family members, and quickly chose another word, relatives. And if I do this and don't like what I find out, then at least you know, which is better than wondering. Somehow, I think wondering might be preferable. That's up to you, Bruce said. But I'm a scientist. For me, knowing is always better than wondering. I'll think about it, Loki said reluctantly, his tone bordering on placating. Bruce shrugged. This one's all about you. No one else. It's your life. You have to decide whether you're fine with the way things are, or if you need more. I just want you to make sure that, whatever you decide, you're not going to look back someday with regret. I'll think about it, Loki said again, but this time there was something more in his voice, a solemnity or weight that hadn't been there before, as his expression became one of deep introspection. Not quite an hour later, the Quinjet landed on the helicarrier and 5 very relieved-looking frost giants disembarked. That is, they looked relieved right up until they realized they were still on a flying craft. Steve would be lying if he said he didn't nearly burst out laughing. He couldn't help it. The crestfallen expressions they were trying so hard to hide were hilarious. Steve and the others led their blue guests inside the carrier and through the hallways to the bridge. More than one. Curious. glance accompanied them as they passed, and as they stepped onto the bridge, all activity ground to a halt. All eyes turned to stare at the quite large and very alien visitors. The Chidori aside, these were the first truly alien-looking, well, aliens, that many of them had ever seen. You weren't kidding about the giant part, Phil murmured to Loki where they, and Bruce, stood near Fury in the middle of the bridge. Loki's mouth twitched, but he didn't grin. And they're the small ones, he whispered. Seriously? Phil hissed. Loki nearly lost it as he met Phil's eyes and saw the moment the agent realized the joke. The man shook his head and tried to look disgruntled and unimpressed, but the slight, unintentional quirking of the corner of his mouth gave him away. Loki gently bumped his shoulder against the man's, not stopping to think about how easy it was to interact with the agent now, when it had been so awkward and tense mere hours before. King Eagle, Loki greeted as he stepped forward. Welcome to Earth. Thank you, Prince Loki, Eagle said, inclining his head slightly. Prince Thor informed us that you do not know exactly where the Torgr are at the moment, and that we will be planning a strategy while the humans search. Although the king said it all as a statement, Loki could hear a slight questioning tone underneath. He nodded. The humans have technology that allows them to monitor much of their planet from here. He motioned to the many agents monitoring satellite images, news, social media, surveillance footage, internet usage, and a whole host of other things on their screens. Eagle looked around him curiously. The humans continued to surprise and impress him with their advancements. As soon as the Torgr show themselves again, the agents here will know, Loki continued. Until then, it doesn't hurt to come up with some contingencies for what we will likely be facing. I would appreciate any knowledge of the Torgr you can provide to my friends, since you and your men have dealt with this group the most and know more what they are capable of. Of course, Eagle readily agreed. I would be pleased to. Bruce hesitantly spoke up. So, what's the plan here? Is this an all-hands-on-deck, guns blazing kind of thing, or a wait-and-see situation? None of his friends had to read too hard between the lines to know what he was really asking. Bruce, about that, Loki said slowly. He really didn't want to bring this up, but it would be stupidly dangerous not to. He cleared his throat slightly and casually moved toward the table to lower himself into a chair. And no, he was not doing so to stall and avoid eye contact. Thank you very much. And he also didn't intentionally position the table between himself and his friends to make himself feel slightly less vulnerable. I think it would be best if we held off on utilizing the Hulk unless absolutely necessary. Bruce blinked, looking almost like he'd been slapped. He shifted uncomfortably and rubbed the back of his neck. No, yeah. I get that. It's a good idea. Bruce. Stop, Loki said firmly, raising a hand to stop him as he leaned forward. This has nothing to do with you or my trust in you, which is absolute. For both of you. Loki pinned him with a piercing stare until Bruce hesitantly nodded. Loki sighed and relaxed minutely. This has to do with the fact that I don't know the full extent of the Torgr's abilities. Meaning what? Tony asked. Loki's jaw tensed, and he looked away for a moment. Now or never. There is this. There is a way to use magic to sort of. There's a technique. Loki growled. There was no good way to explain it. I worry that the Torgr might be able to somewhat control the Hulk, he spit out. Silence. Well, what were you expecting after that kind of pronouncement? How? Bruce asked in a tiny voice, looking utterly terrified at the very prospect. Loki internally berated himself for worrying the man. Calm down, Bruce. They could only do so in person and when the Hulk is in control. Bruce visibly deflated, relief evident on his face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Bruce waved off his apology, clearly not upset about it. Okay. I need some more details, Tony piped up. What are you talking about? He asked, looking about as confused as literally everyone else in the room. Loki took a moment to gather his thoughts. There is a way to use magic to sort of manipulate the subconscious mind, he began. When it comes to intelligent, sentient beings, it is mostly useless, but on animals or any minimally intelligent, instinct-driven creatures it is quite effective. Like the Hulk, Bruce said, filling in what Loki hadn't said. Loki reluctantly nodded. Extreme emotions also make this skill more useful. And extreme is basically all the Hulk knows how to do, Bruce agreed. Loki nodded again. On a person of average intelligence, The most this could ever do is put someone on edge, perhaps make them agitated or annoyed. But on an animal, for instance, it can be almost like full mind control. But it's not? Steve asked. No, it's more like a nudge or suggestion. It's a very deep, very subtle form of manipulation. With mind control, the victim has no choice but to do what the master wishes. But with this, the victim can refuse if they wish. They still have their free will. It's just that, with a skilled enough user, the suggestions can be made to seem as if they are coming from the victim themselves. As if it's their own idea, rather than an outside force at work. So, just how much control is there really with this? Bruce asked. Like I said, it's not really control so much as cause and effect. This skill can affect thoughts and emotions to an extent. Altering them slightly to, as I said, sort of nudge someone in a certain direction, whether physically or mentally. How is that not mind control? Clint asked. It's manipulation more than control, Loki explained again. With mind control, the victim has no free will. They no longer possess the ability to refuse or resist. But in this case, he thought for a moment, say there is an animal that is scared or viscous. Using this skill, one could alter and calm those feelings to the point that the animal chooses to become more docile. Or a docile animal can be fired up into a frenzy. It comes down to choice really. The animal can still choose to keep fighting when calm or remain calm when angered or excited. The ability remains, but the animal often, if not always, gives in to those impulses and acts on them, which produces the manipulator's desired result. It's more temptation than control. This is why it doesn't work hardly at all on sentient, intelligent life. Because we're more capable of controlling ourselves and our emotions? Natasha asked dubiously. She could think of plenty of people who didn't seem to possess that ability. Somewhat, yes. And also because this skill acts on the subconscious mind, which is why an animal would believe the idea to calm down or to fight, as the case may be, came from themselves and was their own choice. But with people, although it would have some limited effect, eventually a person's mind is going to realize that something isn't quite right, and it will begin to resist, usually completely subconsciously. But it's at that point that it all falls apart. If you knew this was a possibility, why didn't you tell us about it sooner? Bruce asked. Because I'd hoped it wouldn't be an issue. Under normal circumstances, he could protect the Hulk from any outside magical influences, but now, he didn't trust himself to be strong enough to fend off the Torgor if they tried to affect Hulk's mind. Wait, Tony said, sounding almost like he was thinking out loud. Can you do this? I believe the second question answers the first, Loki sighed. I didn't say anything before now because I knew you would ask me that, and I would be forced to say that, yes, I can. This thing being effective on the Hulk. Bruce started slowly. That's not just a theory, is it? Loki sighed again. And I knew that question would be next. No, it's not a theory. He raised a hand as Bruce started to speak, stopping the man in his tracks. And before you ask, yes, I have used this skill on you before. On all of you, actually. When? Bruce asked softly. The last time I was here, before the Battle of New York. Our fight. Steve trailed off with realization. Loki nodded. I couldn't control, he made finger quotes around the word, any of you. But by using the staff as an amplifier, I was able to affect you, put you all on edge enough to turn you into a powder keg waiting to explode. So, was that you or Thanos? Clint asked and immediately regretted it. That's not I didn't mean. Loki shook his head. It's fine, Clint, I deserved that. Clint sighed. No, you didn't, I'm sorry. Loki sighed and dug his fingers into his eyes. This was not going how he had wanted, but about how he'd expected. He dropped his hand and glanced over the room, his eyes briefly skipping over the frost giants who were all watching with confusion, not entirely understanding what the team was discussing or the significance. Loki couldn't blame them. They didn't even know who the Hulk was, let alone anything about him. He was going to have to bring them up to speed on that eventually. And also introduce them to Bruce, which he had completely forgotten to do. Shelving those duties for later, he briefly studied his friends. In their own ways, they each looked awkward, almost uncomfortable, like they didn't know how to feel toward him now. Only Thor seemed to be handling it all right, but his sympathetic expression was leaning just a little too close to pity for Loki's taste. He nearly growled. Why did the Torgor have to come here? More importantly, why did he always have to find some way to mess everything up just when things started going his way? They were just supposed to make a plan, find the Torgr, and go take care of them. Well, he'd managed to derail that spectacularly. Best laid plans and all that. Loki shook his head slightly. He was a master with words, and yet he had no idea what to say to make this okay again. Listen. Loki stood up, and Bruce took a small step back. Loki closed his eyes. Feeling suddenly very tired, he leaned forward and pressed his hands flat against the tabletop, letting his head hang as anguish rolled through him. You asked me why I didn't tell you. He slowly opened his eyes and raised his head to look at his friends, hoping they still, in fact, were such. It's because I knew everyone would be afraid of me once I did. I'm not, Bruce started but never got to finish. Please don't lie to me, Bruce. Loki sighed, feeling defeated as he all but collapsed back into his chair. I'm a trickster, a prince, AFR. He cut off as his eyes briefly darted to the frost giants, and an extremely powerful magic user. Loki corrected himself, but not before his friends heard what he hadn't said. I'm well acquainted with people fearing me. I know what it feels like, and what it looks like. I don't fear you, Bruce said. Loki couldn't help but smile sadly at him, not buying it for a second. I don't, the scientist said vehemently. I'm not afraid of you. He strode forward, moving around the table until he was face to face with Loki as the prince slowly stood to be at eye level with the man. You're my friend. That won't change, and I don't fear you, because I can't. You can't trust someone and fear them at the same time, and I trust you. But, Loki asked softly. Bruce rubbed the back of his neck. I'd be lying if I said the idea that any third party can control the Hulk in any way doesn't scare me. A lot. Loki sighed and tried to turn away, but a hand gripped his shoulder firmly and pulled him back around. He met Bruce's eyes, fear no longer present, only fierce honesty. But, knowing you can control him, even only partially, actually makes me feel better. Loki felt his mouth open but no words were forthcoming as his brain rewound and replayed Bruce's words several times and still couldn't seem to grasp what he'd said. Or more accurately, that he'd really said it. What? Loki breathed. I told you, I trust you. I trust you with my life, but more importantly, I trust you with the other guy. Knowing you have some influence over him. If someone else tries to control him, or if he just loses it and decides to go berserk, I trust you more than anyone to be able to keep him from hurting innocent people. Bruce, I don't know, can you or can you not influence and manipulate him? Bruce asked. I can, technically, then I trust you. Bruce cut him off again. If he gets out of hand, I expect you to handle it. Got it? All right, Loki said, but it came out sounding more like a question. Bruce nodded once. Good. Then wonder of all wonders. Bruce reached out and hugged him, honest to goodness, hugged him. As he hesitantly returned the quick embrace, Loki decided he needed to carefully monitor the amount of time he spent with these humans going forward. He was certain, the more he was around them, the higher the chances his brain really would short-circuit someday. And he rather liked his brain in full working order, thank you. Several short, rapid beeps broke the silence that had once again reigned on the bridge after Bruce and Loki's exchange, and all eyes unconsciously darted toward the sound. Sir? I think I may have found them. The agent at the beeping terminal hesitantly spoke up, but his statement sounded more like a question. Are you asking or telling, Agent? Fury demanded. Well, it has to be them, unless the Colorado River normally freezes over in the Grand Canyon, he said, pointing at his screen where social media photos of the now solid river were displayed next to a satellite image of a snowstorm brewing over the area. Wait, they're in Arizona now? Phil asked. Why don't these guys go anywhere cold? They're trying to disrupt your planet's natural climates, Eagle answered. They want to turn Earth into another Jotunheim, an entire planet of ice and snow. The cold places are already cold, Loki added. So, they're focusing on the warmer areas. Freeze them over to match, Phil agreed. Now that actually makes sense. And it also makes them a lot easier to find, thankfully, Steve said. So, what do we do? Tony asked, his eyes on Steve as they all waited for their leader to issue their orders. Suit up, Steve commanded. We'll finish planning on the way. A small amount of relief washed through Loki as he stepped on board the Quinjet. While everyone was getting ready, he'd taken the time to pull Thor aside and fill his brother in on his concerning magical deficits. Unsurprisingly, Thor had been worried, especially when Loki had mentioned the nosebleeds, but he had actually handled it much better than Loki would have expected. Thor neither got upset nor angry, and blessedly didn't start smothering him in any way. Loki couldn't convey to his brother just how grateful he'd been for Thor to not only take it all in stride, more or less, but to actually be supportive, and share his worry without becoming overbearing. It was, literally, the best response Loki could have gotten. Even so, Loki was still relieved to slip away from Thor for just a moment. The obvious concern in his brother's eyes, which he had caused but could also do nothing about, was not pleasant to look at. There was only one other person already inside the jet when Loki entered. At his approach, Bruce turned from where he was standing, waiting on everyone else to arrive. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey," Loki returned. They lapsed into an uneasy silence, as if neither one of them knew what to say or how to say it. Loki inwardly sighed. After everything they'd been through, all the conversations they'd shared so easily and comfortably, they now no longer knew how to talk to each other, and Loki hated it. "Bruce," he said softly. "I'm sorry about earlier. I know I should have told you sooner, and I'm—" "What are you doing?" Bruce suddenly asked. What?" Loki asked, taken completely off guard. "We already dealt with that, and we're good. Why are you apologizing again?" Bruce genuinely asked. Loki blinked, completely thrown. "You looked uncomfortable, like you didn't know how to be around me anymore, I thought." Bruce smiled. "It was only slight, but fond nonetheless. It's not about that," he assured. "I just—" "What?" Loki gently prompted. "I've been thinking about the problems you've been having with your magic. I came up with a theory that you're probably not going to like," he admitted. "I was trying to tell you when we were talking earlier, but we got sidetracked, and I never got around to it, and now we're heading back into the fight, and we need all the help and preparation we can get, and if I'm right, then—" "Bruce," Loki said, cutting off the man's increasingly all-over-the-place ramble. "What?" he simply asked. "You need to stop," Bruce stated. "Stop what?" Loki asked. "Fighting yourself." Loki furrowed his brow. "Last I checked, we were fighting frost giants, not me." "Don't start," Bruce sighed. "I get enough snark from Tony. I don't have the time or energy to deal with it from you too. Not right now." "Sorry," Loki said. "Earlier," Bruce said, "before we started talking about your heritage, I was trying to tell you, I think your problems with your magic may be, at least somewhat, psychological." "It's all in my head?" Loki asked incredulously. "Yes, and no," Bruce said. "I think you're at war with yourself, and it's tearing you apart." "What are you talking about?" Loki asked, feeling an odd mixture of uneasiness and curiosity. "You're scared," Bruce said. Loki swallowed thickly, the uneasiness rapidly overtaking the curiosity. "Of what?" "Yourself." Loki mentally stumbled a step and was moments from denying it, deflecting, arguing, getting defensive and angry. Then he looked at Bruce's earnest and caring expression and remembered his promise from just hours before, to stop pushing people away, to stop running. He deflated. He wearily sat in one of the Quinjet's seats, rubbing his hands over his face and feeling tired, the truth of it all undeniable. "How did you know?" "It takes one to know one," Bruce said gently as he lowered himself into the seat next to Loki. "And after you told me about your nightmares, it started to make sense. When you fought Thanos, you discovered just how strong you are. Just how much power you have. And it scared you. You're afraid that you'll lose control. And if you do, even for a moment, you're terrified that you'll hurt someone, kill someone." Loki broke eye contact and swallowed hard. How could the scientist always seem to see through all of his masks, his false smiles and "I'm fines," and every last one of his defenses, right to the heart of him? For that matter, how could all of his friends do that? Was he that transparent these days? Or was it some kind of prerequisite of true friendship? "I think," Bruce mused, "you're so afraid of losing control that you're holding on to your magic too tightly, to the point of actually suppressing it. And I bet you don't even fully realize you're doing it. Then when you go to fight, you're trying to force out energy that's being restrained. The nosebleeds, passing out, the fatigue, it's not because you're reaching beyond your capabilities. It's because you're pulling your magic in two different directions. You're tearing yourself apart." Loki's jaw clenched, and he gripped the edge of his seat so hard his hand hurt. "You of all people know what it's like," he said softly. "To know what you are capable of, what kind of potential destruction you carry within you. You know what it is to look at people and see fear, no matter how well hidden, staring back at you. You know how it feels to be terrified that you will lose control, to know that if you do, even for a moment, you might never get it back, and everyone around you will pay the price. He met Bruce's eyes, feeling a level of desperation rise up in him. You know. Yes, I do, Bruce said, his voice somehow soothing to Loki's frayed nerves, but that's just it. This isn't some sudden power that was just dumped in your lap, leaving you unprepared to handle it. This is a part of you, and it's something that you worked toward and built up to over time. It's something that you earned, through a lot of time and pain. Yes, you have the power, but you also have the control, the skill. You just have to trust yourself and stop being afraid. How? Loki breathed. That was the question, wasn't it? The same question Bruce had wrestled with for years. He shrugged. You take a chance. You let go and trust your friends to catch you if you fall. Footsteps sounded on the ramp as the rest of the team began to board the jet. Loki quickly rubbed a hand over his face to collect himself. Bruce briefly squeezed his shoulder before they both leaned back in their seats and strapped in. The rest of the team, including Phil, boarded and took their seats without noticing anything amiss between their two teammates. Eagle and his men followed closely behind them and, once again, sat on the floor at the back of the jet. Loki spent most of the flight in silent contemplation, while keeping one ear tuned to the battle plans Steve and Eagle were discussing. Bruce was right, of course, about everything. But how was he supposed to just let go? If he hurt someone? Loki shook his head. But if he kept holding back, someone was going to get hurt anyway, because he wouldn't be ready to protect them. And this was supposed to be his arena. He was the linchpin in a fight against magic users. He was the only one who could even the playing field for his friends. He couldn't let them down. Not when the stakes were their lives. As Steve and the others continued to strategize, Loki began to make a few plans of his own. Clint set the jet down on the outskirts of the snow and ice that had taken up residence in and around the Grand Canyon. It stretched for several miles at this point and was only growing. They needed to find the Torger and stop them sooner rather than later. The ramp lowered and the giants disembarked first, followed by the rest of the team, except for Loki, Bruce, and Phil. Bruce was staying behind unless he was absolutely needed, and Steve had decided Phil would be the best choice to leave behind with Bruce since, unlike the scientist, the agent could fly the jet if need be. Sliding his comm into his ear, Loki took a deep breath and moved toward the ramp to follow the rest of his allies off the jet, when a hand closed around his shoulder. Just remember, Bruce said, as Loki turned to face the man, you don't have to be afraid of yourself. We trust you, every aspect of you, the good and the bad, the dark and the light. If you say may the force be with you, Loki smirked. I wasn't going to, but good pop culture reference, Bruce said with a grin before growing serious again. It's time to fully face who you are, demons and all. Because that power inside you isn't an enemy to be feared. It's a part of who you are, and you own that. You control that, but only if you stop fearing it first. Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate to suffering, Loki said profoundly. Now who's making Star Wars references? Bruce asked with a grin, which Loki easily returned. Just try to remember what I said. Loki's smile turned soft. Only if you take your own advice. This is a road that runs both ways, always. Bruce nodded gratefully, then chuckled. Maybe one of these days, the two of us can stop being quite so messed up. I have a feeling we will, if our friends have anything to say about it, Loki said, glancing over Bruce's shoulder at Phil who was standing near the front of the jet and graciously pretending he wasn't inadvertently overhearing their entire conversation. Whether we like it or not, Bruce agreed with a laugh. All right, enough sappy stuff, he said, making a shooing motion at Loki. They're waiting for you. Loki huffed a laugh and headed down the ramp. Oh, and Loki? Loki paused and turned back to the scientist who grinned mischievously. May the force be with you. Loki snorted and shook his head. At the bottom of the Quinjet ramp, Loki came to a stop and closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he reached deep inside himself and slowly released the stranglehold he had on his magic. When it didn't instantly leap out of him and destroy everything in its path, Loki relaxed minutely, but not completely. He still didn't trust himself. It took everything he had to keep himself from re-establishing a death grip on his magic. It was like someone trying to force their whole body to relax when they were nervous or on edge. When he was concentrating, he was fine, but the moment he stopped, he tensed up again, This was going to get old really quick. Opening his eyes, Loki called forth Tyrnir, the weapon feeling comfortable, reassuring even, in his hand. Stepping off the ramp, he joined his friends at the edge of the wintry area, looking out over the unnatural expanse of cold. They didn't know where the Torgr were, exactly, within the miles of snow and ice, but the best place to start looking seemed to be where the snow began and go from there. As they set out, they didn't talk much, all of them on guard and ready for anything, but as the minutes ticked by, they grew less tense, if no less prepared. About an hour in, there were still no signs of the Torgr. They were in the area, somewhere. Loki could sense that much, but they were cloaking their magic enough that he couldn't completely pinpoint them. The rogue giants had learned from their last encounter. Loki no longer had the element of surprise as the Torgr now knew their opposition had a magic user. He just hoped Eagle and his men would be enough of a surprise, and aid, to make a difference. Loki breathed deeply, thinking over his strategy. He was taking it slowly with his magic. He wasn't restraining it, but he also wasn't going to unleash it entirely, not until he felt like he could trust his control. He'd started with cloaking Eagle and his men from possible detection by the Torgr. He wanted their enemies to think they were facing the same group as before. The magic came so easily, now that he wasn't subconsciously fighting against it, but he was still wary. There was just so much power within him. It could be beneficial, yes, but it could also be destructive. And with great power, comes great. Nope. He cut off the thought before it could fully form. He'd had enough clichés and motivational sayings for one day, and if he kept on, he'd end up with that song stuck in his head from that animated movie about the girl with the ice powers that Tony had forced him to watch. He shook his head, deciding now was as good a time as any to move on to the next step in his strategy. The farther they moved into this snowy territory, the likelier they were to finally encounter their targets, and he wanted to be as prepared as possible before then. No one panic. I'm going to try something, he announced, causing everyone to stop and look at him. You know, telling someone not to panic is like saying, don't look down, right? Tony snarked. Loki rolled his eyes, and before anyone else could question him, he raised a hand and pale green domes of light shimmered into existence around each of his allies. What? Clint trailed off, as he looked around at the light and reached out to run his hand through it in curiosity. They're shields. They'll help protect you from some of the Torgr's magic. They won't react to physical blows or weapons, only magical attacks, and they won't be able to stop everything, but they should take the worst brunt of whatever gets thrown at you. So, they'll keep us from being vaporized, but not from being knocked around, Tony guessed. More or less, yes, Loki agreed. Do you have to maintain these? Steve asked as they all began walking again. I'm not sure I know what you mean, Loki said. Is protecting us going to drain you? No, Loki shook his head. I'm fine. Don't worry, and this time, he meant it. While, yes, his magic did have to continuously fuel the shields, he felt no strain whatsoever. Now that he'd stopped stuffing his power down, which was actually much harder to keep himself from doing than he'd thought it would be. It was once again as if there was an unlimited reservoir of power within him that never ran dry. Which both comforted and terrified him. Baby steps, he supposed. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.